Hey everyone, today we are going to build this one-page product grid. And I've had this mock-up in my collection for a long time. It was originally built in 2019. I do have a project started with all of our SVGs. If you are interested in forking this project, you want to take a look at the code, I have everything linked down below, so let's get started. And I'm going to start with an index.html and a style.css. And if you're new to my channel, I do pretty much everything with vanilla CSS and vanilla JavaScript because I like to practice the basics here. So we'll just add some boilerplate HTML, and I'm going to call this the San Mari Products. And I always start with a header with a class of header, main with a class of main, and footer with a class of footer. And my approach is always to start with all of the HTML first, and we go from top to bottom. So let's start with our header. I feel like we have two sections here. We would have a div with, we could put this in an H1, right? For the San Mari, we could also make that the H1 for the page. Then we are going to have a separate nav section. We've got search on the left, we've got the navigation in the center, and then we've got a menu icon over on the far right. I don't know why we need to show this menu icon on desktop, and there isn't anything in this mockup that indicates what this would be opening if it wasn't opening the navigation. So we're going to make a few adjustments here as we go along. And that's perfectly fine when you work with some of these mock-up packs that you get. I think I got this one off of Theme Forest. So yeah, that's fine. We're just gonna work with it. So I'm gonna do a div with a class of primary logo, and then I'm gonna put I'm gonna go ahead and put our SVG logo inside of an H1. And we'll call this the primary logo rep, and then we'll call this the primary logo. And I went ahead and made an SVG using Affinity Photo. It usually puts stuff in here that we don't need, so I'm just going to delete those first two lines and just copy and paste this right into my HTML. Just like that. I always make my SVG's ARIA hidden true. An SVG is decorative, and I don't want that to get read out loud by a screen reader, but I do want a span with a class of access hidden so I can at least have the name of the site. So we're just going to say San Mari logo, just like that. Well, we don't want the logo in there though, do we? We'll say San Mari Products, just like that. Since it isn't H1, we want it to be descriptive of what this actually is. And then we will write CSS for a class called access hidden, and that's going to be our screen reader friendly way of hiding this span and just showing the SVG. So this is the top part of the header. Next, we'll do the bottom part of the header. So I'm going to do another div with a nav element, and then I'll do a div with a search, and then we can go ahead and put in a button called subscribe. I'm not going to keep this search element way off here to the side because I don't want to keep this menu element way off to the right. This menu button should be hidden on mobile. So I'm going to just make a couple of adjustments here. So we'll do a div, nav element, a button, and a div for the search. So I'm going to say div with a class of, I'm just going to say header wrap. And then I'm going to do a nav element with a class of navigation. And then our navigation will be an unordered list. And what do we have here? Home, pages, category, shop, about. Yeah, I won't remember that, but that's okay. Short-term memory. Home, pages, oh man, pages, category, shop, about. And then we'll give this UL a class of main_nav. And then I generally give classes to the list items, not the anchor elements. I honestly don't think that it matters what you decide to do. This is just what I generally decide to do. So we should probably do that on all of them. Nav item. Beautiful. Whoops. Beautiful. Okay. After the nav element, I'm going to do a div with a class of search wrap. And then what I would like to do here is this little icon will be the button. The word search will be placeholder text for an input, and there's no indication that this is an input here, but I'm going to just do a subtle underline, and it's going to look like a search input. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I am going to put that inside of a form element, and we'll give this a class of form. Let's do search form, because generally a search form and like a contact form, they do tend to be different, plus they're styled different. So, and then we'll put our button first, and I'm going to do button type search. And again, I'm going to do a span with a class of access hidden, because this word search is not going to be visible. It's just going to be the SVG. So let's find our search icon. And I generally get my icons from Ionicon. I'll go ahead and leave that linked down below for you. All free. Really good SVGs. I like them a lot. So, and again, I'm going to add aria hidden true. And now we have a button with the type of search. Let's make sure we have an aria label for accessibility. Aria label search. So we have a button, type search, aria label search. Oh, we better give it a class so we can style it. And we'll say search button. And then we have our text search, which will be hidden in a screen reader friendly way. And then we have our little, what is it, a magnifying glass SVG with an aria hidden true. Beautiful. Next, we'll do a label for search. And we'll just say search the site. And let's also give this a class of access hidden, because this will be hidden with some screen reader friendly CSS. And then we'll do an input type search, and we'll give this an ID of search. So now we're matching up the label for search with the input with an ID of search. And I'm not going to add a class to this because I can style it with the attribute type search. So it really doesn't need a class. And then we'll just do placeholder search. Just like that. Perfect. And then last but not least, we're going to put in two buttons. So we'll put in the button for the mobile menu, which will be hidden on desktop, but obviously we still need that. And then we'll put in a subscribe button. And, well, I don't know, does this need to be a button or a link? So I think this needs to be an anchor element, because a button indicates an action. An anchor element indicates a link. So let's say that this is a link that would link to a sign up on, I don't know, MailChimp, something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and say div with a class of subscribe. And then we'll just go ahead and put in an anchor element. So let's do something like MailChimp. We'll do the URL to MailChimp. Easy peasy. And then we'll just say subscribe. And we'll give this a class of button. And that's to make sure that we're writing CSS to style anchor links to look like buttons, even though they are not button elements. And then let's just go ahead and put in here a target of blank. So anybody who clicks that is opening up that URL in a new browser tab. We're not actually leaving the site. Perfect. And then let's just put in a button with the type of button. And let's make sure that we also have an ARIA label. Whoops, what was that? ARIA label. We'll just call this main menu. Oh, and you know what? Really, this button should come before the navigation. Okay. Not a very well thought out design, is it? So if we think about on a mobile device and being accessible, the button to open the menu needs to come before the menu, not after the menu. So since we're moving search basically to the middle, I'm going to move this button immediately before the main navigation, and then we can slide out that navigation from the left. That makes sense to me. So I think that that's a better approach. So even if I was following this perfectly, even if I said I'm going to follow this exactly, this design does not make sense. And in 2019, I feel like we were thinking about front-end development in 2019, accessibility in 2019, but we're really thinking about it a lot more today in 2025, right? This is when I'm recording, 2025. And I think today, whoever designed this would hopefully have a different approach, would have accessibility in mind, and would recognize that the button to open the menu has to come before the menu, unless this button is supposed to serve some other purpose, but I don't know what that is. They didn't give us any indication of what this button should be doing. If it's not to open the menu, I don't know what it is. So just a few minor adjustments to make sure that this all works, right? And if you're a developer in a job, if you're new and you're recognizing things like this and you're like, well, actually, you know, this really doesn't make sense, then it's up to you to go to your designer and ask questions like this and say, hey, did you think about this? That is totally fine. That is totally fine. So here is our SVG for the menu. Put this in here. And we don't need, since we have an ARIA label, we don't need to do a span with a class of access hidden. Oh, and which makes me think that, yes, we also don't need to do a span with the class of access hidden here either, because we have an ARIA label on that button. But we are going to do ARIA hidden true. Just like that. So if this is the button to open the menu, then we need a button to close the menu once it's open. So we're going to put another button here inside the nav element. So I'm going to say button type equals button. We'll also put an ARIA label here. Close menu. We'll say open menu here. And then we'll also do ARIA hidden true. Just like that. So now we have a button that comes immediately before the navigation to open the menu. And then we have a button inside that drawer that's going to slide out on mobile to close the menu. Both are type button, both have an ARIA label, and their associated SVGs are ARIA hidden true. So let's use a live server to see how things look. And it's a little crazy, but that is okay. That is just fine. I mean, this looks exactly how I would expect it to look without any CSS. Perfect. So we're done with the header. Now let's work on our main body. So I'm going to put in an H2 for shop open, and then we have a div with a filter, and I am going to treat the filter as a button. This indicates that we would be opening a drawer or filtering these products some way. But the mockups don't give me any indication. They didn't give me anything to show me what we're filtering. So I'll include the button, but there won't actually be any filtering options. All accessories, clothes, shoes, other, these do give me filtering options. So we will write JavaScript in order to filter based on these options. And I like to do with that with data attributes. And then we also have a count here. We're counting the results. So let's start with an H2 and a div. So I'm going to do H2 secondary heading. And H2s are block level elements by default. And then I'm going to do a div with the class of Filter Options. And then we have a button that's just called Filter. So I'm going to give this a class of, dark button. And we'll say aria hidden, aria label, filter options, and we have an SVG here called options. And this is aria hidden true. And again, we have an aria label, a class to style the button, and then aria hidden true on the SVG. So they don't look like buttons, but technically these would be buttons because we would want them to get keyboard focus, and that's really the right way to use a button. So I'm going to put a div with 5 buttons with data categories for each of these things. So we'll just say div, filter, buttons. So we'll say button, data category, all, and we'll just do this times 5. So this is all, this is accessories, and we have clothes, shoes, others. And there we go. And then after the buttons, I'm just going to put this in a paragraph showing 1 to 9 of 21 results. We'll put this in a paragraph, but we'll also make sure this has spans. Well, actually, I think we could just put this in a div. So we'll say div filter showing. And then in the first span, this would be a class of first item. So we'll hard code it in for now. And what is it? Showing. So we'll say showing 1 of, or 1 to 9 of 21. So I'll use an M dash. And then I'll give this another class. This will be last item 9 of, and then another span class, and we'll say total items 21. And we have to do spans and classes. You could also do IDs. I'm using classes because we need to be able to target these with JavaScript. So when we calculate the number of items, when we calculate the number of items, we are able to do the count. And then JavaScript will change the text content of these spans. And that is our entire filter options section. So after the filter options, now we have our product grid. Finally, we have our product grid. So let's do a div with a class of products. And then inside our products, we will add an article for each item. And then let's just review what all we have here. So we have an image, and I always put my images inside figure tags. We have the title of the product, which I'm going to put an H3 because we already have an H1 as our page title, or we have an H1 as our site title, an H2 as our page title. So H3 will be the product title. We have our cost, and then we have buttons for quick view and add to cart. So we have the image, the title, the cost, and 2 buttons. So basically 5 items. Now this mockup would indicate that you have to hover over the product in order to see the quick view or the button. I would prefer to not require these things on hover because on a mobile device, there is no hover. You have to tap in order to see these things. So we could do this for desktop. We could make it a requirement that if you hover, you see these things. I think it's better to just make it visible and to not hide things that way. So I'm not really surprised in 2019 that this was designed like this. I think we can improve it for 2025 and for accessibility. So let's just look at another e-commerce website just to get a sense of how other people are doing things. So this is katespade.com. I'm going to refresh the page here. They do have a similar user experience. So on hover, we do see the quick view. We do see the quick view. And then if I click on the quick view, it opens up like a modal, right? A modal dialog. You can add to cart here. So you don't have to click into the product itself. And then as soon as you open the quick view and close the quick view, it adds a view similar. So presumably there would be other products tagged similarly that we could load. And I'm not going to do that. Let's see what this is on mobile. So if we do mobile, there's no hover, right? So on mobile, they just add an add to cart button. So you can just immediately add to cart. There is no quick view option. And you do have to click into the item in order to add to the bag, but you can also add to bag, and then you get select aside. So I don't think we're going to do anything this complex. I wanted to keep this a little more straightforward than this type of complexity and make it more about the styling and the grid, but I do also want to follow some best practices. So we can go ahead, let's do this. We can go ahead and hover and get a quick view, and I'm going to have the quick view span the bottom of the item, and then on mobile we will just automatically display the quick view here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. In fact, we could just on hover, it will do exactly that. On hover, we will show the quick view and the add to cart button, and then on mobile we'll make sure that is just visible when we get down to mobile. Love it. Let's do it. See, sometimes you just have to go check and see what other people are doing. For as many years as I've been doing this, I get tripped up. I see things and I'm like, wait a second, what am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do here? I'm not sure. So just go, when in doubt, just go look at another e-commerce site to sort of sort through your thoughts and figure out what we need to do. Okay, so let's do an article with the class of product. And let's do a figure with class of figure. And then we'll have an image. And I do have some images. Let me go grab the rest of my product images. So I do have several stock photos that I got from Unsplash. I'll go ahead and leave Unsplash linked below if you don't already know about them. So we'll go ahead and put in our image source. Product images, and I'm just going to choose them right down the line. And we'll say blueberry cheesecake, just like that. We want to make sure that we have alt text. So we'll say a piece of blueberry cheesecake. And then our article needs to have a corresponding data category. So let's make sure that we have those showing up here. So all is if there isn't anything specifically showing. And you know, we can change these categories to match the type of photos that we have, can't we? So maybe we could do cake. Why not? I spelled that wrong. Anyways, we'll do cake, fruit. I think we have some wine. And I think we have, I think everything pretty much falls under cake, fruit, wine, and I guess we could do other, right? That works. See the creativity that flows as you work. So this is clearly, we'll do cake. I think it falls under cake or fruit, but we're going to go with cake. And then let's do our H3, and I'm going to call this the product heading. And we'll say blueberry cheesecake. And then we'll probably want to make sure that we have a div here with a class of, we'll just say product buttons. And then we'll say, we'll do the button with the type equal to button. Let's make sure this has an ARIA label. And this would be quick view. And then I think the text is just quick view, right? Which means we probably don't need an ARIA label because there's no SVG. Let's put these on one line. Perfect. And then we'll do another button, also type button. And this does need an ARIA label. We'll do that here. And this will be add to cart. And then we have an SVG of a cart. I think we can close some of these SVGs. And we'll do an ARIA label, or excuse me, ARIA hidden, true. Perfect. So this will be over top of the figure. I mean, once we get styling, let's see how it goes. I'm still not really excited about something that is only visible when you hover. I used to do that all the time back in the day. I've been doing this for a long time. It's just a bad idea to do those things for accessibility. But let's see how things shake out as we are styling. I'm clearly taking liberties with this mock-up, which you probably wouldn't want to do if you were in an agency or an organization. Generally, how they design it is how they want you to build it, but that doesn't mean that you can't go back to the designer, especially a designer who maybe is less experienced or doesn't know how to write code or isn't familiar with accessibility best practices and standards. So feel that out for yourself, but if you're practicing like I am, I do tend to make decisions based on best practices, and I am never ever afraid to go back to leadership or a designer and say, hey, are you sure this is the right way to do this? Because I don't think it is. So it's okay to have those conversations. So we have our figure with an image with alt text. We have our H3. We have our buttons. The last thing we need beneath, I would say it could come right after the title, but might be good to put this inside of a container for styling. So we'll do a class of product underscore price. And then we'll just go ahead and put this in a, I guess probably I tend to put things in paragraph type. Let's just do a div with a class of price. And we'll say $196. $196 for a piece of blueberry cheesecake. Let's modify that. Let's do $5. Yeah. Okay. So I guess this is the San Mari bakery, not the San Mari clothing shop. But hey, those are the photos that I have, right? Sometimes you use what you got, and that's perfectly fine because this is practice. We are practicing. We are practicing. So now we're going to go ahead and create this 21 times. And I'm going to go ahead and update all of these images and fill in the alt text and update the prices and the H3s. All right, and we have all of our products filled in. So we've got a unique image, alt text, and we have a matching data category. And then just a reminder, our categories are cake, fruit, wine, and other. Let's take a look and see how things look. So here's our header, our logo. These will be our filtering buttons. And then here's our images with our buttons, our quick view, our price. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Love it. Love it, love it. Okay, let's see what else we have going on here. And we have a load more products. So we'll add that. So here's our product div. I'm actually going to put the button right here. So we'll say button with the type of button. Oh, you can leave it on one line. Load more products. You know, we're not really using data. We'll have to see how this works with the JavaScript because I'm not using a JSON file, which would essentially function like a little third-party API, right? Just like a little local API. So I don't know if if we're really going to be able to load more if we're not counting from an API. I have to wait, and I'm not exactly sure if we can just count the data categories. We'll see how things go. So this button might just be for show, and honestly, I think this would be the perfect product for somebody to fork and maybe use if you're building an e-commerce site for a client, right? So maybe this is functionality somebody could add. I'm thinking more of this project more as a styling with vanilla CSS and making a nice grid and making it a nice user experience with a little JavaScript for mobile and things like that. So we do have a button here, load more products. We don't need an ARIA label because we have text that will be visible. And then we have a section here that would presumably be like an Instagram feed with 7 images. I'm not actually going to pull in an Instagram feed, but we'll go ahead and simulate one. So we'll say div, and I'm going to put this in the footer because I think presumably this would be footer. I think of Instagram feeds as something that may show up on every page as part of a footer. So that's how I'm going to approach that. So we'll just say Instagram feed. And again, we'll do a figure with a class of figure. And I'll put in an image. And we're going to borrow some product images to go in here. So I'm going to go ahead and fill these in. Okay, and now we have our little grid of images. Next, I'm going to add a div and call this footer wrap. And then inside our footer wrap, because we can see here that this is contained, we do have some navigation. We have our logo again in the center, and then we have some social media icons over on the far right. So I'm going to start with a nav and a class of footer nav. And I'll do a UL with a class of, actually, I'm just going to call this navigation like I did up in the header, and then we'll say footer nav. And then we'll do a list item with a class of nav item. Because I don't think the styling is going to be that much different. And what do we have here? Blog, shop, about. I don't think the styling is going to be that much different. I think it's going to be a different font family and a different color, and that's about it. Blog, shop, about. And then we'll go ahead and add we'll do a div, and we'll just say a class of footer logo. And I'm going to add a span with a class of access hidden. And we'll just say San Mari logo. And then we'll go ahead and add our SVG. And then again, I always make my SVGs ARIA hidden true. And I'll collapse that. And then last, I'm going to do another nav element because I do consider social media icons to be navigation. Anything that links someplace is navigation, right? And I'm going to say, let's call this navigation again. And then the UL, we'll give this a class of social nav. And we might adjust those. We might adjust the markup as we work, right? That's totally normal. Oh, and I just realized that I spelled this wrong. And I'm going to say nav item. And now here, since it's an icon and not words, we'll go ahead and do a span. I'm going to do a class of access hidden. And this will be Instagram. And we'll grab our SVGs. And we'll make sure that these are ARIA hidden true. And how many do we have here? We have 3 more. So we have Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. 3, 4. There's our Instagram. And then we have, I guess now it's X. And let's see here. We have some. And then we have Facebook. And then we have YouTube. All right, let's take a look at our page. Yep, this is about what I would expect. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's beautiful. We can all go home. Our work here is done. Okay. All right. So now let's make sure that we have our fonts and our fonts. So the fonts that come with this are, what are they? Open Sans and, gosh, what else? Let's see here. Roboto. Open Sans and Roboto. Roboto, Roboto. Also Roboto. I thought that Open Sans. Nope, it looks like everything is Roboto. Okay, so we'll go ahead and grab Roboto from Google Fonts. Let's see here, fonts, right here. Roboto. I like it when it's just one font, right? When we don't have to mess with a bunch of fonts. And we'll go ahead and just grab everything. Why not? We'll just get the full thing, the whole 9 yards. Go ahead and link this up here, and then let's link our style.css right there. And then we can also go ahead and create our script.js, and we're not going to write any JavaScript right at this moment, but we can at least go ahead and link it. Script, make sure that we have a defer attribute. There we go. So now we have our CSS and our JavaScript files linked. All right, well, let's write some CSS. This is the fun part, right? Let's also grab a browser reset. I really like to use normalize. So we'll just grab it right out of the browser. And I don't make any changes to normalize. Even if there's a little bit of overlap, I don't change anything. I just leave it as is. And we'll make sure that this is linked in our head, and the browser reset should always come before your own styles. And then when we look in the browser, we should see we can see now that our CSS and our style.css is all linked. And we can see that which version of Roboto did we get? Yep, we got the sans serif version of Roboto. All right, let's get started. So I start let's grab and I also like to grab this the CSS classes, how Google is defining everything. And I usually just put it inside of a comment. Just like that, just so I have it handy. So, all right. So we're going to start with just some base styles. The first thing I do is I change the box sizing border box sizing to border box on the HTML element, but I also do wildcards. I do the before and the after pseudo elements. And then on the body element, I say padding 0, margin 0. Then I'm going to add our font variables, our font properties. I am going to change this though to 400. And I generally don't use the font variation settings. And then I always say font size 100, so it's 100% of the browser default, which is generally 16 pixels, but I will define it as 1 rem throughout the rest of the styles. I like to define the line height as 1.65, but I often change that to 1.25 for my headings because I just think that it looks better. Line height is also meant to be a unitless multiple. So you could assign pixels or rems or ems to your line height and the browser will accept it. It's meant to be unitless though. It's meant to be a multiple of your font size. So I would just keep that in mind. And then we're going to define the color. Oh, we need some colors, don't we? Let's go ahead and do that. So we'll create a root pseudo class. And we'll just define some basic colors. So we'll say white equals white. Black, I almost never define as pure black. I usually do 222, which is just like a really dark charcoal gray. And then I'll do a light gray, which is kind of almost white, F8. And then I'll just do a kind of a regular light gray. And these are just colors that I've used over the years that I like. Do we have any other colors? We have kind of this teal color, don't we? Right here. Let's see if we can figure out what that is. We don't really have a color palette. I feel like this could be pretty like minimalist. I think what's really going to make this page colorful and stand out are the images. So I'm not too carried away with an actual color palette. I kind of like the black and white because these images are very colorful. So let's see if we can figure out where this is. Right here. And we have this right here. And we can go ahead and define this. We should probably check and see what the contrast is, but we can still go ahead and define this. We'll just say, I mean, what is that? Aqua? I don't really know if it's accessible though, so let's check. So we'll do color contrast checker. No, that's not what I want. Color contrast. Right here. I don't think that's going to be accessible. Yeah, it pretty much fails across the board. So you could absolutely use this teal color. It's not suitable for links. It's not suitable for anything. It doesn't have enough contrast. So we're really better off just coming up with our own colors. Like, honestly, I'm looking at this blue right here. Let's see what this is. And you can see it right here in the browser. I just need a blue. That's all I need. And if we click on this, this has a really high contrast ratio of 9.84. And I like this blue color. So I'm just going to steal it right from the WCAG site. And we'll just say blue. There are no other colors indicated in the mockup. We'll hang on to aqua if there's an opportunity to use something that doesn't rely on a user interaction. But for now, I just want my own color blue that has enough contrast, and we can adjust some of these things in the browser also. Like we could implement the aqua and kind of play with it in the browser in Chrome to see if we can come up with a better value. So we can try that too. But this is a good way if you're working on a mockup that doesn't have a good color palette or does have a color palette. I encourage you to make sure that you are double checking what the contrast is to make sure it meets accessibility standards. And if you're working at an agency or an organization and your designer gives you something that doesn't meet these standards, you must go back to them and point this out to them and work with them to come up with new colors. You must do it. It's really, I can't stress this enough how important this is. This is one of the most basic things you can do to meet accessibility standards is making sure that you have enough color contrast. So, okay. All right, let's make sure that we are getting, so now we have a very basic color palette, and the final two properties that I'm going to put on the body element are a color of black, just to say that unless I specify otherwise, all of the text is black, and then a background color of white. Even if your background is anything other than white, make sure you still specify a background color. So if you get to if somebody is viewing your site and they have a browser setting or an operating system setting that changes the background and you haven't specified the background, so it's essentially transparent or not defined, it could really change the look and feel of your site. So even if the background color is white and you see no difference by declaring white, go ahead and add it. It's really a best practice. So now we have some basic body styles, and you can see that all of our text now is in Roboto. So this is good. I also have images. I have header images. So let's take a look at those. So I have two images here that I got from Unsplash. So we have this. These are both of Rome. And I thought they looked really pretty. I think this is back when I thought this was still going to be like a fashion website and not a bakery website, but I'm still going to use these because this could be a bakery in Rome, right? It's whatever we want it to be. It's a practice project. So I do kind of like the more sepia toned. Now, these are images in their original state from Unsplash. So this sepia tone is 2.8 megs. It's too big. So let's go ahead and optimize that and make sure that we can use that. We can use that in our project. And so I have this in Affinity Photo. And if we go to Document, Resize Document, it's pretty big. So I'm going to change it to 1920, and that will resize proportionally. And then let's go ahead and export this. And you can see here that without any adjustment, well, let's change this to JPEG. There we go. So this is still at 100% quality, even resized down to 1920. It's 2 megabytes. That is too big. So if we adjust the quality down to 50%, now we're down to about 200 kilobytes. I recommend that anytime you are optimizing images for a header, try to get those down to about 200K. I think that's a really good size. So we'll go ahead and export this. And we'll put this in here. And I'm not going to change the name because I got this from Unsplash. They're free images. But I am just going to append the name with optimized. So there is our header image now. Zoom back out here. So generally, you don't want to have a lot of text over top of images for readability. That's not a good best practice for accessibility, which is why I tried to choose an image that had some open space here. So that was my thinking. And then this bottom, the second bottom part here of our header is going to be white with a little bit of opacity. So you'll still be able to see the image a little bit through, but it won't be just text over top of an image. So there'll still be something behind it. And next, I'm just going to go ahead and put in some base styles. And these are just styles that I personally like to use that I find make styling really easy. So I'm going to start with figure, which always has margin. So we're just going to say margin 0. And then for images, images by default are display inline. So I'm going to change this to display block. And we'll say max width 100%. And height auto. This makes images nice and responsive. I'm also going to change the display property of SVGs. SVGs by default are also display inline, so I change these to display block, and that just really helps with styling. And then I'm going to write a class for access hidden, and I'm just going to paste in here the CSS that I like to use. And then this hides anything with the class of access hidden in a way that is still accessible by a screen reader. And that's it for the base styles. So now we can get started, which is not to say we may not decide to add more base styles, but this is what I need in order to get started. So let's go ahead and start with our header. And in order to get our background image up here in the header, I don't like to use background images unless they are purely decorative. I want all actual images to make sure that they have alt text so they can be readable by screen readers. So what I'm actually going to do in the markup is add a div, and we'll put in a class of background image, and I'm going to do a figure also with a class of figure, and then we'll do image, and this is our optimized image, and we'll call this, what are we going to call this? We'll say Rome during the golden hour. We'll say a river and bridge in Rome during the golden hour. I mean, you want to be descriptive, but you don't need to write a paragraph, right? A river and bridge in Rome during the golden hour. Perfect. And so now we can do some positioning inside the header with this image. It's still part of the narrative, it's part of the structure, and we're also getting SEO value, and it is accessible. So that's a good best practice. And you know what? I'm actually going to take out this div. I already changed my mind because I don't think we need it. But I am going to add an additional class here, and I'm just going to say background. And that's also going to help us with styling. So we'll start by giving our heading or our header position relative. And then we'll say figure, and we'll chain together background, and we'll say position absolute, and I'm going to use inset, which is top, bottom, left, right, so basically shorthand 0. And I am also going to say width 100% and height 100%. And then we'll target just that image, and we're going to say again width 100%, height 100%, and then I'm going to use object fit cover. So we absolutely position the figure element, which takes it out of the flow, and we absolutely position it to the header. So however big the header is, however much content, however many elements are in the header, the background image is always just going to resize according to the header. And then the image element within this figure tag will be object fit cover. So it will always be proportional no matter how big that container is based on how big the header is. And so now we can see here's the header. just like that. We do need to make sure that this has some Z index, so it's behind. Here's our logo and here's our header wrap. So we do need to make sure that this has got some Z index. Like probably a -1. There we go. So now it's sitting behind our buttons and our navigation and everything else. Yeah, here's our navigation right here. So that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. This is all part of my master plan. It's all coming together. So I'll do a Z index on the parent also. We'll just say 0. And then we'll do Z index -1 to make sure it sits behind everything. So now we have essentially a background image in the header that is still accessible. So we still have the SEO value of loading the image on the page, and we've got it's accessible because we have alt text in there. So this is really the best way to handle hero images when you have things that are sitting over top of an image. So now let's work on this logo, our H1 SVG. Whoops. So we'll go ahead and say primary logo. And it's pretty big, right? So this is maybe, we can zoom in here and get a sense of how big this is. This is a rough estimate. So this is maybe, 500 pixels wide by about 145 pixels tall, something like that. So really, I'm just going to set a maximum width of 500 pixels for the logo. So we'll say primary logo SVG. It's already display block, so I'll say max width 500 pixels. We want the height to be auto. And we also need to make sure that we can style this. We can change the fill. And I didn't see any values here. Style, fill rule, non-zero. I didn't see anything that said fill or stroke with a definite value. So I think we can just go ahead and use the fill property. So we're going to say fill white. There we go. Beautiful. And since we have a width there, we can just say margin 0 auto. And now it's centered on the page. We could also give that a little bit of, I guess it would be box shadow, not text shadow. Let's see if that works. Will that work? I think so. We'll find out, right? So I'm going to say 1 pixel for Y, or for X, 1 pixel for Y, 1 pixel for blur, 1 pixel for spread. And then we'll do an RGBA, red, green, blue, alpha transparency of black. So 0, 0, 0, and then we'll do 10%. Yeah, that doesn't really work because it puts it on the entire container. That's fine. I kind of thought that might be the case, but I could not remember. You just got to check it out and see if it works, right? We could in our logo file add a box shadow to get that to stand out a little bit, but I have to tell you, this is not text, this is CSS or an SVG, right? So the rules are a little bit different when you're using SVG logos. They don't have the same accessibility rules, they don't have the same contrast rules. So if you're saying to yourself, that's not accessible, yes, if this was text, that would not be accessible. If this was text, we could also add some text shadow. And we don't really have the ability to do that, but like I said, it's a different set of rules. Although maybe we just want to keep that black. Maybe that doesn't need to be white. Maybe black is a better way to go. Yeah, that might actually, that might be a better way to go because our mockup has this dark gray background with a white logo, but we're doing something a little bit different. We're actually putting in a background image. So let's go with this. Let's go with this. And that is clearly very readable now. So let's do maybe just some base styles for our button SVGs. So we'll do button SVG. And since it's already display block, let's just go ahead and do a width of 1.5 rems and a height of 1.5 rems. And then for our button with a type of button, let's add some base styles. So we'll say background, I'm going to say background color transparent. And border none. And I will probably come back up here and work on that. So now we just have some, and I'm actually going to change this just to all of the buttons. You know, I usually regret that, except it always seems like such a good idea when I do it. So you can see now that all of the buttons, we've pretty much taken out their styles, and we'll add those styles back in as we continue to work. For me, this is when I add some of these global styles, it's just almost like my own version of a reset, and then I can continue to layer styles as I need them, because I use buttons differently. And well, no, I don't use them differently, but I style them differently in a lot of different situations. Sometimes I come back and I'm like, yeah, actually all the buttons are the exact same styles. But in our case, not all of the buttons are all of the same styles. This is a button type button, but this navigation right here, this filter navigation, these are also buttons. These are clearly not going to be styled the same way. So it's really better for me to just sort of do a bit of a global style. It helps me do my own little personal reset, and then I can just layer back in the styles as I need them. So, okay, so you can see now that our header and our background image are doing exactly what we want them to. And then we have our two sections here inside the header. So this is perfect. You have no idea, you guys, how many years it took me to come up with a good solution, a good way of dealing with background images for the header. And then let's check to see here. I think we have some margin on this primary logo, so we'll go ahead and take that off. So we'll do a class right here. And you know, front-end development is messy. It really is. And part of the reason why I make these videos is because I want you to see that even experienced developers start new projects and think, well, what's the best way to do this? What's the best approach? And it's just a totally normal experience for everybody. And so I don't want you to think that you're doing something wrong, or you don't get it, or that it doesn't make sense, because it's kind of like this every time, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, so now we have our header wrap. So now we have to make a decision for how wide our container is going to be. We clearly have a container here. And let's go over to our Photoshop mockup. And we'll collapse some of these things. So I did the math earlier, and this container is 1,170 pixels, which comes out to 73.125 rems as our container size. Normally, I would absolutely be rounding, but I'm going to attempt to be true to the mockup. So I'm going to add a wrap size. So let's come up here to our global-ish styles, and I'm just going to say wrap, max width, 73.125 rems, and then anytime we have a wrap, we would want to center that with 0 auto. So we've got a header wrap, and then I'm just going to add another class of wrap here, and that should go ahead. And you can see here that our items are inside of a wrap. I think you can get this, you get the gist there. Look at that beautiful background image. We love that. Okay. And then the header wrap has a button, a nav, and a UL. I'm going to flexbox that. I tend to use a mix of flexbox and grid. So I'm going to say display flex. flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content, I want space between, and align items, we'll do center for now. And you can see here, right there, let's get a background. We may want to, I think we're actually going to want to put a div around this because I need to add a background color to the header wrap. So let's do div wrap. And then here we can add a background color. And again, I'm going to apply RGBA. This time I'm using white. And let's do 65%. Yeah. So we can see here's our background color. Here's our wrap. And we're going to want to change this. There we go. And we can lighten this or darken this. So let's get some more styles in here and we can make some decisions. We have a button that we need to hide for, this is our open menu. We have a button that we need to hide here. So let's add a class called menu open. And we'll start a navigation section here. And we'll just say open menu. And on desktop, this is going to be display none. I don't want this to be accessible by a screen reader because the navigation is visible on desktop. I don't want a screen reader to be able to see this button, so display none is totally appropriate for that. And so now we can see that that button is gone and we have this nice and spaced out. Let's go ahead and do some global styles for an anchor link that is supposed to look like a button. So we'll come back up here. So we're just going to do a class of button. Anchor links by default are display inline. So I'm going to just say display block. We'll give this some padding. I'm going to give it a 1.5 rems on the top and bottom, 1 rem on the left and right. Actually, no, that's the back, that's opposite. I want to do it the other way. I want 1 rem on the top and bottom, 1.5 rems on the left and right. We'll go ahead and say background color. I'm going to say black and color white. I'm going to say text transform, uppercase, and a little bit of letter spacing, 1 pixel of letter spacing. And you can see now that anything, any link or really anything with a class of button is going to look like a button. So we have a little more to do here. And we'll take off the text decoration. We'll just say none. And I think that's a little tall. Let's also take off the line height. How about, we'll just say line height 1.25. That really helps. The line height really helps. Perfect. And then let's do some focus states. Well, we'll do some pseudo classes. So we'll say button focus. And then hover, and then active. And focus states the pseudo class focus states should go in this order: focus, hover, active. So we'll say background color. Well, actually, what do we want to have happen here? I think what I want to have happen is that when you hover, we have a black border. It changes to a white background and black text. So let's make sure that we also have a border of 2 pixels, solid, also black. So that will remain the same. And then we'll change the background color to white. And we'll change the color to black. There we go. And then let's add a transition. And I'm going to use the keyword all. We'll say 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. And you could define each of these separately, or you can use all. I think either is fine. So there we go. Now we have a nice transition. And you know, I am going to make the top and the bottom just a little narrower. It just looks a little too juicy to me. So let's do on the top and bottom, let's do 0.75. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Good. And these, I think we could also give these I think we could also give those a class of button. Well, we'll wait until we get there. We'll wait until we get there, because these styles are very specific to anchor links. So this is the A element with a class of button. So these aren't actually button functionality. These are anchor elements styled to look like buttons. So this is the max with container or wrap. Okay, so let's work on our navigation. I think we also need to hide this close button. So let's give this a class of menu close. Come down here. And really, we could, got menu open, menu close, and then let's give these a button class that they can also share. That's going to help with styling, and it's also going to help with our JavaScript once we get to it. So I bet we could just do menu button. There we go. So now our mobile only buttons are hidden on desktop. All right, so to get started on the navigation, I really don't need to style the nav element until we're down in mobile territory. So for now, we can just style the main nav, which is this UL element. So I'm just going to say main nav, and I'm going to use Flexbox. So we'll say display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, and I'm going to say justify content. I'm going to say center. Well, yeah, I'll say, or no, I'm going to say space evenly. Space evenly, align item center, and then we'll give this a gap of 2 rems, and we'll just see how it goes, because I'm not putting a defined, a defined width on this container. So space evenly might not even matter because we're just using gap, but I don't know, I kind of put it here anyways. And then we also want to do the normal, like padding 0, because it is an unordered list, margin 0, and the browser gives it padding and margin by default. And then we'll say list style type none to get rid of those bullets. And there we go. And so now that we have that kind of flattened out, we need a lot more room here, don't we? So we can add here in our primary logo wrap, we can add some padding to make that a little thicker. So here is our primary logo. No, I wonder if we even need, I don't even think we need this div, do we? Because we can let that H1 be the container. It's a block level element. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and use primary logo, and we can add some padding to that. So let's add 3 rems of padding on the top and bottom and see how that looks. We might want to add a little bit more, maybe 5. Yeah, that looks great. The other thing that I think I want to do is we're using object fit cover. Let's also use object position. And when the default object position is center center, so it's being, the focal point is the center of the image. Let's see if we can change that. So let's test it in the browser first. So we'll say object position top center. And I think we can just like that. So the first value is the x-axis, the second value is the y-axis. So instead of, if we had top here, it would just sort of be like 0. But we can change that. We can change top to be an actual value. So if we put in 25%, now we're only pushing it down by about 25%. So we have some flexibility here. So I'm going to go with 25%. And then let's continue to add some padding here, especially to the bottom half of our header, and that's going to open it up a little bit more. But this is going to prevent the logo from being over top of something that's just really, really busy and keep it kind of up here in the sky. So we'll say center for the x-axis and then 25% for the y-axis to move it up and down. Perfect. And then here's our header wrap. So let's go ahead and add some padding to our header wrap. Let's try 2 rems on the top and bottom. No, I think that's okay. I think that's all right. We'll end up adjusting some of this padding once we are working on the mobile styles. Maybe 1 is okay. Maybe 1 is okay. But this makes a huge difference, right? Now this is a big monitor, but if we zoom in to kind of make it look like a typical laptop experience, I think this is what most people would see on desktop. And we can even adjust this a little bit more. Let's pop this out. So maybe about 33%. Yeah, I think 33% would look nice. And we can play with that a little bit. It's flexible. And here's the thing, you're not going to be able to account for every situation possible. There are too many devices, there are too many scenarios. Try to think of the widest possibility, but I think this looks really nice. So we don't have this logo over the busiest part of the image, but we see a good balance. And this still moves really, really nicely. Yeah, this works well. This works really, really well. And it keeps it nice and flexible. And it keeps that image moving based on what's happening inside that header. I've spent a lot of time over the years figuring out the best way to deal with background images and keeping things flexible. And this is a method that I've landed on that I think works really well. So I'm going to zoom back out a little bit. We'll open up the dev tools. And yeah, I'm really happy with this. So, okay. We do need to make sure that our header wrap has a little bit of padding here, don't we? So I'll just add, I will add, I guess we could just do 1 rem all the way around. Yeah, I think that works just like that. Just like that. And then on our logo, well, we're probably going to want to do the same thing on the logo, aren't we? So we'll do 1 rem on the logo. So now we have just a little bit of padding on that logo as well. Okay, let's finish getting this styled. So this is how the navigation looks, and they are giving us some indication here of what an active link might look like. That is obviously not suitable for accessibility, so I'm just going to use underlines. So let's just say nav item. So let's go ahead and use text decoration, but on a non-active item, it will be transparent. So we'll say text decoration color is transparent. And then I'm going to say text decoration thickness. We'll do 2 pixels. And then text underline offset. I'm going to say 3 pixels. The color can be black. And then we'll go ahead and do some pseudo classes. So nav item focus, nav item hover, and nav item active. Oops. And we'll do text decoration color. We want this to be black on hover. Oh, and let's see here. We have to add the anchor element. There we go. We definitely need this background to be darker. Right here. So we're going to change this to about 85%. Much better. So we have a little bit of transparency, but now things are at least readable. So let's go ahead. Let's add a transition now. And we are transitioning the text decoration color. You could just use all if you wanted to. Sometimes I like to do them individually. Sometimes I spell them out. Sometimes I use all. So now we have a nice transition here. And then I'm also going to add an active class. So if we had a nav item that was active, and that would be maybe have some JavaScript that puts an active class on whatever link you're on for the page. And so now you can see that we also have an active class style. So, beautiful. All right, let's style our search form. So our search form was originally way off here in the corner, which I just don't think made any sense. So I am perfectly comfortable moving it into the center here, but we'll go ahead and style it exactly the way it looks there. So where is our form? Here's our search wrap. Here's our form. So I'm going to start by styling the search form, and I'm going to give this a position relative. And I'm going to style the search button and say position absolute. And I'm going to say top 0, right 0, because I just want to see where it lands. Oh, let's see here. Search form, search button. Oh, whoops. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. So here's our input with the type of search. So we'll say input type equals search. And I'm going to say border none, but I'm also going to say border bottom. We'll say 2 pixels, solid, and we should probably use black. And then let's also give this a little bit of padding. Let's try 0.5 rems all the way around. Yeah. And then let's take, we'll do background color, transparent. Oh, let's make that, I think we need to make that a little thinner. Yeah, actually this looks great. This looks great. I'm totally happy with this. I don't think that I need all that space on the bottom. So we'll do 0.5 rems on the top, 0.5 on the left and right, and 0 on the bottom. There we go. And that moves it down a little bit. Oh, we might want a little bit though, don't we? Maybe 0.25. It needs something. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And now let's just readjust our SVG a little bit. So the SVG, it isn't a very big space, so it's not going to be that noticeable, but I do want the button to be exactly in the middle of the form element. And the way that I like to do that is I say top 50%, so that pushes it to where the top of the button is in the middle of the form, right? And then I say transform, translate Y negative 50%, and that should push it up into the exact center of the form. And where this is really noticeable is, let's say we do change this padding and we make it just obnoxiously big, just like that, 2 rems all the way around. That button is still perfectly aligned in the y-axis. We're not going to do that, but that is the point of doing that. Maybe we do want the border to be 2 pixels because then it will match the border on our navigation. So many decisions. I'm going to have to live with it. I'm going to have to live with it. And maybe, I'm wondering if we need to have this white background on this button. Maybe it would look a little prettier, a little more aesthetically pleasing if the background was transparent. Where is it here? So this right here. So maybe we want to do transparent. I mean, I kind of like that, right? So here's our header. Here is our header. I like it. I like it. Let's make, let's get our grid. Let's start working on our grid, and we're going to come back and we will make our header responsive. If you want to skip directly to that, check the description. There are chapters for this video. If you want to skip around, you absolutely can. I also tend to skip around as I build. I don't do every single thing at once. I move around. I like to move around. So let's start working on our grid. So we have our H2. Let's collapse our header. Now we're getting into our main. And I think we're going to have to put a wrap around I feel like our products, we could go ahead and put a class of wrap here. But I think we do need to put a div with a class of wrap around this section. And that instantly puts everything into a container. That's perfect. So let's style this secondary heading. We may want to put that, no, we can put this here. So we'll just say main. This is the secondary heading. And this is text transform uppercase, and it's definitely got some letter spacing, probably about 2 pixels. So we'll say text transform uppercase, letter spacing 2 pixels. And I think we could make it a little bigger too. So we'll say font size 3 rems, much better. Oh, it's a little big. Let's do 2.5. And I'm just going to say text align center, because that is a block level element, so it'll automatically center. Beautiful. Next, let's work on our filter options. Filter options. And for this, I'm also going to display flex. Flex flow, row, no wrap. For this, I want space between, justify content, space between, and then align items center. Perfect. It just, sometimes the CSS just writes itself. So now we have this button, and I want it to look like the other buttons. So I am just going to put on a class of button and see if those styles will work. And for the most part, they do work. But let's make sure that we have styles for our SVG if they are inside a button. So let's go back up to our styles here. And we are just going to a element with a class of button. So let's say a element and button element with a class of button. And then let's do button SVG, Now it could be a stroke or it could be a fill. So to cover my bases, I'm going to do both. So I'm going to do stroke first. If the background by default is black, then the stroke and the fill need to be white. There we go. So now we just need some hover styles. And well, actually, let's grab this. So if we're hovering, so if we focus on the button, we trigger the SVG. If we hover on the button, we trigger the SVG. And if the button is active, we trigger the SVG. And then we would change the stroke or the fill to black. There we go. Now let's make sure that we also have a transition. Whoop, not there, on our SVG. Look at that. Beautiful. I do think that we need to change the size of those SVGs though. So let's change this to, if we change this to 1, what are we going to screw up? Well, it did resize our search, which I didn't really want to do, and it's pretty tiny. So this is where, you know, you really have to start to get a little more specific on kind of a per item basis. And I actually think this is okay. I think this is okay. Oh, and we do have the word filter there. Did I miss that? Let's see. Filter options. I did miss that. There we go. So we want to make sure that these are lined up. Yeah, let's make sure those are lined up. And it is uppercase. So if we have a button with an SVG, I think the best way to deal with that is display flex. So flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content, space evenly, and align items center. If we have a button, with an SVG and text, it might need to be inside of a span. It's because I have display block on, it's because I have display block down here. And this is more specific because it comes, well, it's a class which automatically gets more specificity, but it also comes after. So I think what we want to do, this is not specific enough, and that's completely fine. So I think what we want to do, well, we could probably just put this on the class. If there's no SVG, it doesn't matter, but if there is, we would want to do that anyways, right? And then let's put a little gap in there. We'll just put a gap of 1 rem. Honestly, that looks great. I think that looks perfect. I I think that looks great. Yeah. Okay, so let's make sure. I wouldn't do anything different to this. This can stay exactly the way it is. It's in the right spot. It's just regular text. The only thing we really need to do is adjust these. Let's also make sure that if it's a button, we have a cursor pointer. There we go. So now we're getting a cursor change on our buttons. Beautiful. I love it. Well, this is really coming together. This is really coming together. It's going to look so nice. We're doing it. We're doing it, guys. Okay. Let's keep going. So the last thing that I want to style, let's get a border over top, and then let's get this. I mean, technically, these buttons are all lined up in a row. And that's because we display flexed. Well, we didn't display flex the container though, did we? Where are we here? Here's our filter buttons. Buttons by default are display inline block. Let's look here at the user agent style sheet. Display inline block. So buttons by default will all line up in a row. We could add additional styles to the parent to like display flex them, but we don't really need to. We don't really need to. We just need to style the text. So it's all uppercase, and we have here just like this little dot, right? We just have like this little dot, like a little bullet in between. And then we need to make sure that there is an active class. And we can try to look for a variation of this aqua color, but we also have that blue color as a backup, which honestly we should just use for our links. So we could use it for both. Both are fine. We could also do an underline for the active. So we'll do filter buttons. So we can just target these particular buttons, filter buttons, and then we'll just say button, because we don't want it to get the other button styles. So we'll say text transform, uppercase. I'm going to do a little bit of letter spacing of 1 pixels just because I think it looks nice. I'm not going to change the text color. It's pretty light gray there. So let's just get a bullet in using a pseudo element. And we'll say after. And we'll do content. And I'm just going to put a bullet right in the middle with a little space. Well, we'll leave out the space for now. And then I'm going to say display. I'm also going to do these display inline block because the buttons are inline block. These can also be display inline block. We'll give it a little bit of margin just on the left and right, like maybe 10 pixels on the left and right. Let's see how this looks so far. Kind of, it's getting there. We don't need the margin. We need the margin on the left, but not on the right. We can also take off the padding. That's going to help. That basically evened it out, didn't it? And since it's inline block, it's naturally getting some space. So might be better to just say margin right and do something like 0.5 rems, or no, it would be margin left. Yeah. I know we can simplify this. So 0 on the top, .25 on the left, 0 on the bottom, 0.5. There we go. So we have 0.5 on the left, 0.25 on the right, which accounts for the space that the buttons are naturally getting because they are display inline block. And that looks even. So now we just have to take out the button for the last of type. So we're going to say button last of type after. Content, empty quotes, that should clear it. There we go. Just like that. So last of type is a pseudo class. It's the state of the position or the location in the DOM. After is a pseudo element. It is a, once you declare before or after, and as long as you're using the content property, this is equivalent to a child element. Equivalent to a child element. Now let's go ahead and do some hover and active states. So we'll do button active, and that's for when we do our JavaScript. And then we'll do button focus, button hover, and button active. And that's the pseudo class active. And we'll say color, and we'll try aqua just to see how things look. And then let's go ahead, just for styling, we'll go ahead and add a class of active. Oh, and then let's make sure that our pseudo elements remain black though. So we'll say color var black. There we go. So we know that this is not accessible because we already checked the contrast for ourselves. But in the browser, so this will meet AA requirements, which is fine. AAA is pretty dark. It's pretty dark. It kind of makes me just want to go ahead and go with the blue and also add an underline if something is active. So let's go with blue. That's pretty dark also, isn't it? But it meets contrast, and as long as we put an underline there, I think it's going to be fine. So let's go grab some of our styles for an underline. Where is it here? Right here. Let's just borrow some of this. Let's take this out. I think we have to do text decoration underline. There we go. And we just have to change the color. The text decoration, it's underlined, the color is transparent, but if it's active, it's blue. There we go. I love it. I love it. And we're using, let's go ahead and just use the keyword all. So we transition everything. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Now let's get our grid together. So for the grid, I am going to use CSS Grid. Product grid. And I do switch around. I don't always use the same thing every single time. So I used Flexbox for years, and I just really enjoy Flexbox. I recently started using Grid, and it's wildly helpful. It's really crazy how amazing it is for a layout like this, but I still like to use Flexbox for smaller things. I personally feel like I have a lot more control. So we'll say display grid. And then we'll say grid template columns. And we'll say repeat 3, 1 FR. And I'm going to do a gap of 2 rems. Nice. All right, we have a little more styling to do, but wow. I mean, how easy is that? Oh, and we didn't add our borders. We'll go ahead and do that now. So this was the filter options. So we'll also do border top, 1 pixel, solid, and I'm going to do this gray color, and we'll do the same on the bottom. And then let's make sure that this has some padding. I'm going to say padding 1 rem. Yep, we'll do padding 1 rem on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. And then on the bottom, I'm going to do 2 rems just to push that down. I love it. I love it. Oh, I think we need a little more space. Maybe 1.5. And let's increase this to 3. I think this is a little much. We'll go back to 1. Yeah. So this is how it looks at 100%. This just looks great. I love it. Looks great. Okay, let's get our images taken care of here. And we're going to do something really similar to, not the same, but similar to how we handled that header background image. So let's collapse a couple things here. So we've got a figure with a class of figure and an image. So on the figure, oops. I'm going to say width 100%, height auto. And I'm going to use aspect ratio. And I personally like to use an aspect ratio of 1 to 1.1. And then for the figure, well, let's do product image just to get a little more specific. Product image. I'm going to say width 100%, height 100%, and then object fit cover. There, now we have a nice perfect grid. Everything has the correct aspect ratio and it's nice and responsive. So those images, those containers move beautifully. The images, it doesn't even matter what the aspect ratio of the images is. They could be landscape, they could be portrait, it does not matter. As long as you put them in the container with object fit cover, it will always be proportional. And as long as you style your container with an aspect ratio and the correct width and height, it's nice and squishy. It's nice and squishy, just like that. So let's make sure, just like in our header where we had padding on the left and right, let's make sure that we've got a little padding here as well. So I think we're going to want to put that. So we've got wrap, products, kind of feel like we could just put that on the main container, right? So let's go back up to some of our global styles. I'm going to do that right here. I'm going to say padding, 0 on the top and bottom, and just 1 rem on the left and right. So now we have a little bit of padding when this squishes down. And we're not ready to do any of the mobile styles yet. I generally take one pass all the way through to get the desktop styles in place, come back, do the mobile, and then add that JavaScript functionality last. So let's work on getting our quick view and our cart buttons situated. And yeah, I'm still not sure how I want to deal with this. I just don't like hiding things that rely on a hover. So here is our article, and I can already tell we're going to have to put the figure and the product buttons inside their own container, unless we just want quick view and cart to not be on hover. Yeah, that's fine. We can go ahead and put them inside. We can do it. All right, so I put a div with a class of product image wrap around all of the figures and all of the product buttons. So let's take a look at this. Oh, not up there. So we've got the product image wrap, and then we've got our figure and image and our product buttons. So I need this wrap because we can't put the buttons inside the figure tag. That is not semantic. We really shouldn't be doing that. So we can't use the figure as a container. Plus, we need this. In order for this work, this width, height, and object fit cover, we really can't have anything else inside this figure tag. So having this extra wrap in order to position our buttons for that hover and then to pull it out for mobile, we really do need that. And you know, that's totally fine. That's exactly what that type of thing is for. So let's go ahead and start getting our products styled. All right. So here's our product image wrap. Here's our figure, projects, product image will go right here. So product image wrap. This is going to be position relative. And I guess before we do that, let's actually make sure that our buttons are styled. Let's see if we can do a little trickery here. So we don't have to do all of these. Let's just see if we can put a class of button on these buttons and see if we get the correct styles. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, right? Yeah. Actually, that works really well. I mean, this needs a little extra styling for the SVG, but that definitely does the trick. So let's, in order to not have to go through and do all of these at the same time, let's do this. So I'm going to highlight this. You can see this is highlighted now all the way down. All of these on the page. And we'll go down, we'll go forward. Class button, down again, forward, class button. There we go. So now we have class button all the way. And those are keyboard shortcuts from a text editor that I used to use back in the day called Sublime Text. And if you want to learn how to use that or do those types of keyboard shortcuts, let's see here. Sublime Text Key Map and Settings Imports. So if you want to learn how to do that, this is the extension that I would recommend. Google it. And yeah, lots of really good tricks left over from my old Sublime Text days. So, all right. So we have the product buttons container. Let's go ahead and get that styled. Also, I'm going to flexbox that. Display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap. There we go. Space, every time I do it, every time. Justify content. For this, I'm going to do space evenly. Align items, center. And we'll just give this a gap of 1 rem. We'll see how it looks. Yeah, that looks fine. Because it's automatically a block level element. We may want to do space evenly. I think space around is going to push it out further to the left and right. So I think this is fine. They all have the same height. Let's go ahead and fix that SVG. So I'm surprised that this doesn't have the correct fill or stroke. It could be, probably because it's an inline style. So let's make sure that any SVG, well, really, we want to take out all inline styles. So let's look for this inline style and that'll probably fix itself. Yeah, well, we're not going to be able to take it all out, are we? Because the whole thing is inline styles. So let's just look for anything that says stroke with a hex value. So I'm just selecting everything on the page. And I'm going to do transparent, although that's probably not going to give me the power to style it, is it? So it might be better to just remove this from the inline styles. I don't know. Let's check. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that didn't quite work, did it? Oh. Did I accidentally delete the class? What did I do? Hang on. Okay, now let's try it. So I'm just going to take out anything with a defined stroke. There's no inline styles anywhere else but these SVGs, so it should be fine. There we go. So if you're having trouble styling the stroke or the fill of your SVGs, check the SVG itself. It probably has inline styles. So, and this looks great. This looks exactly fine. And our buttons have ARIA labels. The SVGs are ARIA hidden true. So this is exactly fine. Now we can take this, the product buttons, and we will position it over top of the figure tag using the product image wrap as position relative. So that's position relative. I'm going to do position absolute. We're going to position it from the bottom, not the top. So I'm going to do 1 rem. And then I'm just going to say left 0, but we also need to say width 100% and height. Probably we don't want the height. There we go. Yeah, so we'll take out the height. Yeah, that works. Okay, so here are our buttons positioned over top of the image. They have the default button styles, so this actually looks great. Let's make sure though that these buttons are hidden until they are hovered, but we also need to make sure that they are accessible. We need it so they do not rely on a hover that you can go through with the keyboard and still make those accessible with a screen reader or with keyboard navigation, tabbing through. So the way I'm going to do that is with product. We'll do product buttons, button, and I'm going to just say opacity 0. So now we don't see it, but it's still there. And just so you can, well, you're still not going to be able to see it because of the opacity. So let's just put in our default styles. I don't want the button to be black because there's not enough contrast. So our hover color with a white background should be our default. And in order to do that, we're going to change the text color to black and the background color to white. So we're still not going to be able to see it yet because, well, if we undo the opacity, you'll be able to see it. So now this is going to be our default style. And we have to update our SVG as well. So, but we want this to be opacity 0. And then let's update our SVG. So we'll do product buttons, button, SVG, and we'll just go ahead and update that stroke to black. Now, let's make sure that we can do the keyboard navigation first. So we'll do that first. So we'll say product button, product buttons, button, and we're going to do just a good old-fashioned focus, not fascist, fashioned, focus, hover, and active. And we're just going to change the opacity to 1. And we can test that out just like this. But there's nothing there to indicate anything, right? But let's just go ahead and test with our keyboard navigation. So I'm tabbing through, making sure that everything that should receive focus does receive focus. I rarely use tab indexes. I almost always just make sure that I have good semantic markup and I don't need them. And so now we can see that if a keyboard user was coming through and tabbing through the document, they still have all of these elements still get focused. This is still accessible by a keyboard. Opacity 0 doesn't hide something from a screen reader. And it's easy to show it again if you're hover, if you're active, if you're focus. But I want to make it so if you're hovering anywhere on the image, they're also getting the opacity and showing. And the way we can do that is we're going to do product image wrap. We need the whole wrap, the entire thing. And if we hover on the wrap, then we can go ahead and trigger the buttons. And we have to do the same thing for that SVG. So now if we are hovering on the entire container, the entire wrap, we will trigger those buttons, just like that. because that container is a div, so it doesn't get keyboard focus by default, but it doesn't need to. It just needs to make sure that the buttons are getting focus as we tab through the document. And then we can still come in here and show those buttons. And I'm much happier with this. We definitely need to reverse this because we need to make sure that we've got the contrast. So that looks great. So even on a light background, those buttons are still accessible because we have this border. So this all looks perfect. I can live with this. I'm good with this. And then we're going to change the color of these buttons for mobile. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things go on mobile. We'll see how things go on mobile. But I'm good with this. I generally don't love hiding things. There really isn't anything to indicate that there's something here to hover on. So I don't, that's why I don't love this. That's why I don't love this, but I don't know, we're staying true to the mock-up and we did something that is still accessible. So I'm good with it. Okay, so let's make sure that our titles and our prices are lining up. I don't think there's a ton here to do for those. And this is in a class or a wrap called product price. And I'm going to display flex those as well because it's just so gosh darn easy. And we'll justify content. I'm going to do space between, align items center, and then I think we're just going to have some margin to fix. I don't know. That actually doesn't look too bad. The H3s by default, I like. I am going to cut down on the line height for those. So that's the product heading. That'll probably tighten it up a tiny little bit. But we can take out the margin too if we need to. I don't know, for headings, I just tend to like a multiple of 1.25. Yeah, that I can see a difference there. It just tightens it up a little bit. And I think this looks great. I think this pretty much looks like the mock-up. And I think our buttons, let's see if we can get our buttons a little closer together. I think I'm doing justify content space evenly. I think it would look better if it was centered and we could just add more gap if we need to. Yeah. And I think we could also, it's quite a bit higher here, so we can adjust that too. So we'll increase this from the bottom. Yeah, I think that looks good. So the gap is fine. I'm just going to push it up from the bottom and change the justify content. Yeah, I love that. Actually, I am happy with that. We did it. Well done. And I am not adding functionality for a quick view or an add to cart. That's not really the intent of this project. The intent of this project is more to focus on layout and styling with vanilla CSS. We will add some JavaScript for our filtering and for the mobile navigation. We're not using a JSON or an API for data. Everything is hard-coded. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to count items to do a load more or to do the count. Those might just be purely for aesthetics. But we'll see how it goes once we get to the JavaScript part. So let's go ahead and finish styling our button. And really, let's collapse a couple things here. Well, we do have a button left, don't we? We have one more button. This is our load more. So let's put our class of button here, and that should style that for us. There we go. And then that button is display flex. We don't want to put it inside the container. I do like to have it outside of the container. And we can just go ahead and center that with a margin auto, and we'll add a little extra margin on the top and bottom to push it down. So let's make sure that we have the correct class on this. So we'll do products plus button in order to target that one a little bit. So we'll do products plus button. So it's only going to add that. I'm going to do 2 rems on the top and bottom, and then auto to center it, and that takes care of that. Perfect. Beautiful. Yeah, hopefully we could use some JavaScript to count our items and do load more. It's not my main priority, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so next we have our footer. Let's work on this Instagram feed. Presumably this would be a third-party API, but I think you could put anything you want in here. And I'm just going to say display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content, space between. So I have the first item and the last item right up against the edges. And then we'll do align items, center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 1 rem. We can adjust that if we need to. And then let's make sure. So this is such a great example of how we can make these be exactly square, exactly proportional the way we want to. And it doesn't matter what the aspect ratio of the original image is. That is just the beautiful thing about CSS. But let's take a look here. Okay, so we have a little bit of padding, so I'm just going to put a nice 1 rem of padding all the way around this container, and then let's add more margin beneath that button so we can really push that down. So let's maybe do 5 rems on the bottom here, and then we'll go ahead and add padding 1 rem to match that gap of a rem. Yeah, I think that's fine. You could see now we have that nice rem of padding all the way around. So we'll go ahead and work on this aspect ratio. So we'll say Instagram feed and figure. So I'm going to say width 100%, height 100%, and then we'll do an aspect ratio of 1 to 1. Then we'll do Instagram feed image, and I'm going to do width 100%, height auto, or excuse me, 100% also. And then we just say object fit cover. There they are. They're nice little squares now. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we're going to fix all of this up. Nothing is responsive yet. Nothing is responsive yet. Love it. So let's do our footer now. We'll get our footer wrap. let's go ahead and just do a couple of styles for the footer. So I am going to set a dark background for the entire footer. Do black. But for our Instagram feed, since it spans the entire width of the footer, we can go ahead and just for this container, we can say background color white. And then we won't have to do any extra containers. Just like that. Perfect. And then this is the footer wrap. And let's also go ahead and put in that class of wrap so we have that container like we defined up above. Perfect. And then let's do the footer logo first, just to get some of our SVGs under control here. Actually, no, we'll do these one at a time. We'll do these one at a time. So we'll say footer logo. And it's quite a bit smaller than the header. So in our header, this was 500 pixels. I think down here, let's go with 300. So our footer logo, SVG, max width 300 pixels. There we go. And we want to change our fill to white. And I think we want to center this, so we'll do margin 0 auto. There we go. And what did we do up here? Up here we did max width 500, height auto. So I'll put in a height auto, margin 0 auto, fill. Yeah, that's perfect. So we'll do the same thing down here. And we have a lot of, what's going on in here? Oh, there's our nav, that's why. Okay. So this is perfect. This looks good. All right, so let's work on our first set of navigation. Well, we just need to get these SVGs under control. So let's do social nav SVG. Social nav SVG. And we'll do a width of 1.25 rems and a height of 1.25 rems. So that's the same size as our other SVG icons. And then we'll say stroke white, fill white. Just covers our bases. There we go. And I think we have some. How much you want to bet? Yeah, these have a value filled in. No problem, we will just take that out. Yeah, if you're ever having trouble styling your SVGs, just check the XML to make sure. Just check the XML to make sure that there isn't a default value in there preventing you from doing the styling. So I'm just going to take out this fill. It says current color. We'll leave fill there as an empty attribute. Do the same thing here. And that should take care of it for us. There we go. And then we've got social nav and footer nav. I think that we could put the same class on both of these and style them the same way. I don't think we need these to be different. Let's try it. Yeah. And then we'll do footer. Footer nav, which is the unordered list. We're going to say padding 0, margin 0 to get rid of that default browser margin and padding. And then we'll do list style type none to get rid of the bullets. And then we'll do display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content. Boy, I do it wrong every time. Space evenly, which I'm not sure that really matters because I'm not defining a width. We'll do space evenly, align items, center, and we'll just give these a gap of 1 rem. And then we need, so that's perfect. That's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And then our footer wrap needs some padding. How much padding do we need? Oh, and we have a copyright statement down at the bottom too. We forgot about that. No problemo. So we'll just do some padding. We'll do 3 rems on the top and bottom. Oh, I think we need more than that. We'll do 5. So let's also on the footer wrap display flex. Flex flow, row, no wrap. Justify content, space between, align items, center, and I don't think we need gap. Yeah, perfect. And then let's make sure that we have a color in here. So that would be the footer nav, or yeah, the footer nav anchor element. So here's footer nav SVG, footer nav anchor element is color white. And we want to say, probably want to say, well, let's make sure that worked. I'm sure it did. Okay. Oh, I think it needs a little more gap. Oh, more than that even. There we go. And then let's make sure that we have, yeah, we do need to make sure that all of these hover. Let's see here. I did not put these inside anchor elements. I did not put those inside anchor elements. That is fine. We can do that right now. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So I'm going to highlight nav item and highlight these 4. We'll do anchor. I'm just going to put in a hashtag. And then I'm going to highlight the closing LI. There we go. Now we should get that hover. There we go. Perfect. So we do need to make sure that there is some sort of hover. So let's make sure that so yeah, we do want to put social on here. Yeah, we do want to put social on here. So footer nav, social nav, because we don't want the underline on our SVGs. We only want them on this part of this navigation. So let's start with making sure that we've got a focus hover active just on this first part of the navigation. And I'm going to borrow what we've already done. which is, wait for it, right here. So it's going to be this, but it's just going to be a little bit reverse engineered. Put it right here. We want this. All right. Don't need that. And then the text decoration color is going to be white. So we did the exact same thing as we did above with the main navigation in the footer. We added a little more specificity for the footer nav. And there we go. I think we just need to, that underline offset isn't, that underline offset is it? I guess it's okay. And then we could give one of these an about class, or an active class rather. So I'll just give the first one an active class, just to make sure that works. Yep, it does. Perfect. So now we want to give a hover to our icons. So this is going to be really similar, but not quite, but pretty close. So now I am going to do social nav. I'm going to change this back. Social nav. It's the entire anchor element. So we're going to give it padding of 1 rem. And we need to make sure they are also display block, because anchor elements by default are display inline. There we go. And that's 52 by 52. The accessible tab target is 48 by 48. So that's perfect. And I think we can pull in that gap a little bit. Yeah. With that extra padding, I don't think we need as big of a gap. Yeah, that works. Okay. So we're going to do background color transparent, border radius. I'm going to give it a border radius of 5 pixels. I'm going to add an anchor element here to help with styling. And when we hover, or rather focus hover active, whoops. And we actually need to do this twice. We need to do it once for the links and once for the SVGs. So we're going to do background color, white, and we're going to do fill, black, and stroke, black. Beautiful. Now let's add a transition. So we're going to add a transition here and to the SVG. So we're doing transition. Background color. Can you hear the motorcycles racing up and down my street? It's like the Autobahn out there. And for this, I'm just going to put all. Sometimes I define them all. Sometimes I just say all. Oh, let's see here. We are not getting... So our SVG is getting the transition, but our background color is not. It's because of the specificity. It is not specific enough. That's why. It is not specific enough. That is just fine. So we can go ahead and, so we're going to add, it's because we have that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. No problem. Let's see here. We need to make sure. So these are actually part of the same. They're part of the same class. That's why. We are playing the specificity game. And you know what? That is fine. That is exactly how it works. And now this transition does exactly what we need it to. Beautiful. So now everything is transitioning. We love it. We love it. So let's get in. We missed our copyright statement, so let's get that in. So we've got the copyright symbol. It's pretty tiny there. It's the copyright symbol, the year, copyright San Marie template. Well, we're going to improvise a little bit. A little bit. So there's the navigation. Here's the logo. Here's the navigation. So let's just do a paragraph tag. And we'll say and copy. We'll go ahead and put in a dynamic date once we write our JavaScript. Copyright, yours truly. And we can't see that, but that's okay. And we have to, I think we also, oh, it's over here on the side. That's why. No problemo. That is because this is part of a container with Flexbox. So I think we just need to give it a width. So I'm just going to say copyright with 100%. Is that going to fix it? Probably not. So we can take it, we'll just take it outside of that wrap. That is just fine. There we go. And then let's make sure, color, I'm going to make the color white. It's a really light gray, but that's not accessible. And then we'll do text align center. Perfect. Why do we have, where is this margin coming from? Oh, from the paragraph tag. Okay, no problem. So we'll say margin 0. We will give this a healthy amount of padding though. We'll give it 3 rems on the top and bottom. I'll give it 0 on the left and right for now. And I think we need to add a border top. 1 pixel, solid. And I'm just going to do gray. See how that looks. That is pretty light. Maybe something like, I think that's pretty light too. Let me think. So 0, 0, 0 is black. So maybe 5, 5, 5. There we go. It's not a UI element, so it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to, and really we should put that border on the bottom of the wrap. Yeah. So we'll put it on the bottom of the wrap, and that is the footer wrap. There we go. Yep, that looks about right. And then let's add this variable. So we'll call it like dark gray. And we'll add this up here. Perfect. This looks great. This looks amazing. This is a little off kilter, isn't it? So let's make sure that each of our containers is like 33%. So it has, we at least need the first container and the last container to be the same size, the same width. So since they both have a class of navigation, let's just make the footer wrap navigation like 30%. And I think that'll take care of it so we can get that logo centered. Footer wrap. Navigation. We'll just say width. I'll say width 30%. And then I think we just need to adjust our flex box a little bit. So we have a lot of gap here. I don't think we're going to need that gap anymore. We're already doing space evenly. And I think that would actually be fine. I think we can just take out that gap. If we're going to have the whole point of the gap is if you don't really have a width on the container. In my opinion, that's what I think, that's what that feels like to me. So let's just take this out. And then if we're spaced evenly, it just space evenly in the container. And then that gives us our center container, our logo. It puts it nice and squarely in the middle. So this looks very even to me. I do want to add more padding. I do want to add more padding. Like a lot more. Oh, maybe not that much. Maybe not that much. What was it before? 5? How about 6? Yeah, that looks okay. What do we think? I love it. I love it. I think it looks great. So now we need to get our mobile styles, including our responsive navbar. I think that's going to be very straightforward because I think there's plenty of room to hide the main navigation off canvas and then still have our search and our subscribe button showing on mobile. And then our logo and image are completely independent of that. So that works really, really well. We do have some decisions to make about how we're going to display these buttons on mobile, but I have an idea of how I want to do that. Yeah, this looks fantastic. All right, let's get this header mobile. Let's make it mobile. So what I like to do is, well, first of all, let's get this so the CSS is doing all of the heavy lifting, and the mobile functionality is really a click event to add a class, and then the class or the CSS does all of the work for us. So the first thing we have to do is decide, when do we want this to be mobile? And I don't use hard and fast rules for when it should be mobile. I let the content and the layout sort of dictate that for me. And if we look at this, I mean, this layout in particular, I don't usually run into this, is very strong. We definitely want to start getting this into mobile. So here we are. I mean, 768, that's kind of incredible. So 768 is what I think of as a traditional iPad portrait. And this actually holds up really well down to 768. But I'm kind of thinking that we should do something in between 1024, which would be an iPad landscape, and 768 with it, which is an iPad portrait. I tend to go for about 960. So here's 960. And I think that we should pop this into mobile at 960. So that's the breakpoint that I'm going to use for everything. Unless something really surprises me as we work our way down the page, I think that 960 will be good. I think 960 will be perfect. Okay, so we're at 950 pixels, which is going to be a good place to start in order to see our changes in real time. Now, before we start writing styles for this navigation, let's collapse a couple things here. I'm going to collapse this. We have nav element with the class of navigation, and I did the same thing in the footer. So we may want to change this. I kind of knew that might have been a bad idea. I don't think we did style this. We did style this. So this is pretty common that you, or at least I know that I try to reuse classes as often as possible. And then I start to do some mobile styles and I get myself into a little bit of trouble. So that's totally normal. So we're just going to change this to navigation _ footer. And I think we just have 2 of these down here. And then we'll update our class and that will work really, really well. So we'll do footer wrap navigation _ footer. And we can see here that our footer styles are still just fine. So now we can go ahead, back up to the top right here. And we'll get this first media query in here. So I'm going to say at media, max width, 960 pixels. And I also went ahead and put menu active on the body, because when we do our click events, that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to add menu active to signify that the menu is open. And then this is the parent class that we're going to use to do all of the CSS. The CSS is going to do all of the heavy lifting for us. But first, we're just going to give the navigation on mobile some basic styles. So we're going to say visibility hidden. This prevents it from being accessed or read by a screen reader or being accessed by keyboard navigation when it is hidden off camera, or excuse me, off canvas. We're also going to say opacity 0. And then I'm going to say position fixed, top 0. I'm going to say left negative 300 pixels. And then I'm going to say width 300 pixels. But I'm also going to say max width 100%. So if the viewport is smaller than 300 pixels, it will still respond to that viewport. And then I'm going to say height 100 VH, which stands for viewport height. So it's always as big as the viewport, as tall as the viewport. And then I'm going to say transform, translate X 0. Whoops. And then I'm going to give it a background color of white. And then we're going to use that body class. So we'll say menu active, navigation, and the visibility will be visible. The opacity will be 1. And the transform, translate X, will be 100%. It'll be a positive number to move it to the right. And we can see now here is our navigation. Now, and so what's happening here is we can see that the images, because we use relative and absolute positioning, are laying just over top of our nav. So if we hover here on the nav, you can see it's there, and you can see that the white background of the nav is cutting off the titles and covering up the titles and the prices over here on the far left. And that's because we used absolute and relative positioning for these buttons over the product images. So on our header, we have a position relative with a z-index of 1. All we have to do is, with a z-index of 0. So all we have to do is set that to 1, and that just gives it that extra stacking order. You can also see here that our search, because our search has some absolute and relative positioning also to position that button. I think we can just move this up. Well, we'll set this to 1, and then we'll adjust the positioning of the search form. So if the header is 1, here's our search wrap, here's our form. We'll also give this a z-index of -1, and we'll make sure that that continues to work the way it should. And then our nav has a z-index of, I'm going to give this a 2. Let's see. We can give that a 1. So the header is 0, or excuse me, the header is 1. The form is also 1. And then the nav is 2. So I think that will work. Let's go back up. Where's our header? So we'll give that a z-index of 1. Here's our search form. So we'll give this a z-index. I'm going to give that also a z-index of 1. And then this is position fixed, so we'll give this a z-index of 2. I don't like to do crazy like 999 trying to override things, because that's where things get a little out of control. So let's take out the menu active and make sure that we can still, you can see there that we are able to access our button. So that's perfect. So we still have access to all of our elements. It's very easy to lose control of a layout with z-index I've spent more time than I care to admit hunting z-index issues down. So don't feel bad. It's just part of being a front-end developer is that you get to understand stacking order and how to position your elements. Because positioning, position fixed, position absolute, position sticky, all those things are incredibly powerful. And they're also really, really aggressive. So it's in your best interest to have a good understanding of how positioning works. And the best way to get that understanding is through this type of project-based learning. So build layouts, build lots of layouts, make lots of mobile navigation, hide things, show things, and get used to positioning and how it works. It takes time. It's very complex. So, okay, rant over. Now let's make sure that, because right now we have flex flow row no wrap. So let's just change the flex direction of the main nav. And here's the thing. I edited this video. Well, I'm sure I haven't edited yet, but what you just saw was an edited version of me quickly solving this problem. But the reality is that it took me about 20 minutes. I was not sure what was going on and I had to sort through it. So it's really just something that requires a lot of practice. So flex direction column. And you can see here that this comes together pretty quickly. So let's get this back open. We also have some buttons that we need to show and hide. Okay, we're back at it. Let's get our button. So specifically, we want the menu. Let's get the menu close button in here first. So we want menu close to be visible. Where are we here? Menu close is inside the nav element. So I'm going to say display. Well, we really don't even need to, let's see here. Menu button display none. So I'm going to say menu close display block because it's display none on desktop. And now we can see it up there in the corner. It's taking up space, so that's good. And buttons by default are display inline block. So we're going to give these a little extra styles. Let's see here. So now it's display block. And I'm going to say, well, I'm not going to change the width. And I'm going to change the padding to 0.5 rems all the way around, and I might adjust that. I'm also going to do margin 0.5 rems on the top, 0.5 rems on the right, auto on the left, which is going to push it all the way to the right, and 0.5 rems on the bottom. Top, right, left, bottom. What do you think about this? Top, right, bottom. Oh, I got this backwards. Top, right, bottom, left. There we go. So now my button is positioned all the way over to the right. And now I want to change the size of this particular SVG. Just want to make it a little bit bigger. So I'm going to say menu close. Menu close SVG. And I'm going to say width. Let's try 2 rems. And height, also 2 rems. Beautiful. Now, the total button size is 48 by 48, which is the accessible tap target. And it just naturally pushed this down, but we're going to style this a little bit more too. Well, actually, I don't know how much more I'm going to style this because I like how that looks as well. So let's give this a hover. Let's give this a hover now. So menu close. It's going to be focus. Hover. And active. And let's make sure that this has background color transparent, so we have something to transition. And let's make sure that, I think this button just has a stroke. So we'll make sure that this is black, even though that's what it is by default. I still like to put it there just as a little extra insurance. And then the background color on transition is going to be, I'm going to say black. And then we're going to do this again for the SVG. Well, actually, I'm going to do this again. And this will be focus, trigger the SVG, hover, trigger the SVG, active, trigger the SVG, and then we change the stroke to white. Oh, and it must be fill. There we go. So now let's give this a border radius of 5 pixels. And then let's also put a transition. And we're going to say, we're going to transition the background color. And I like to do 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. And we'll do the same thing here. We're going to transition the fill. And I like 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. There we go. And now we have a nice transition on that button. And it's a nice big tap target. Okay, the next thing that I'm going to do is I like the space in between, but I would like the tap target to be a little bit bigger. So right now, what's causing the space is the gap. I'm going to cut down that gap, and I'm going to give each of these anchor elements more padding. So main nav, just right back down here, I'm going to say gap 1 rem. And then I think we styled those anchor elements as nav item A. So the first thing I'm going to do, nav item A, we have to change those to display block, which is not going to change the layout at all. I change it to display block so I can add margin and padding, which in this case I just want to add 0.5 rems of padding all the way around. And you don't notice a huge change, but you can see there now that the links themselves are a bigger tap target, and that's what I want. And I'm actually going to give it just a little bit extra. Let's do 0.75. There we go. So now that's a nice big tap target. And I also want the nav item to be width 100%. Now you can see that that's full width. That's perfect. And we also want to change the display property of the list item to display block. And then we can say text align center. And the nav item is the parent container of the anchor element. So now we're centered. right there. So now as we come up here and we hover over these items, you can see here that as we're hovering over that full width element, it's triggering that anchor, and that's what I want. And what I want to do next is put a border in between these list items for a little bit of separation. But if we keep that gap in there, that gap is going to make the borders look really uneven. So it's going to make the spacing look uneven. So let's take the gap out, set that to 0, and I'm just going to do a border bottom of 1 pixel solid and this kind of nice gray color. But they're still pretty close together. So I think what I'll do is I will increase the padding on each anchor element. And that spaces it back out again. So now that anchor has still a really nice big tap target, but it's got some separation. And then let's put a border on top of the UL, the main nav element, right here. So we'll say border top, and that will also be 1 pixel solid, and also this nice gray, this gray. There we go. So now we can see that our button and then our UL in a nice column. This looks good. Next, I want to put a shadow on this white, on the white background, well, on the entire element, because the white just blends into the rest of the page, right? So on the navigation element, let's go ahead and put a box shadow. And I'm going to do 1 pixel, that's on the x-axis, and that's a positive value, so it goes to the right. 0 for the y-axis, 1 pixel of blur, 1 pixel of spread, and we'll do an RGB value of black, which is 0, 0, 0, with an alpha transparency of 10%. And you can see now that we have a nice box shadow here, so there's a bit of a separation between the navigation and the page behind it. So that looks really nice. And we can kind of test this now by just coming into the browser and deleting this active class. So if I delete that, it goes away. If I do Command Z or Control Z, we can see that by adding and removing that class, that navigation element slides out the way it should. So the next thing I want to do is I just want to animate that, animate the transform coming in and out. So the transform is right here. So let's put a transition and we'll say transform 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. Now we're not going to see the transition, the animation, when it closes, but we do see it when it opens. And you know what? That's fine, because a normal user experience is that somebody's going to open the menu, click a link, and they're going to go to a new page and reload the page. We can't animate in reverse using this method, and I use the method that I use because it's accessible. So that's really important. So I just don't want you to get hung up on the fact that the transition does not transition in reverse. Now let's tighten up a little bit of our accessibility. So we have this button, which we're going to get this displayed on desktop, and it's a sibling element of the nav element. So we have a couple more ARIA labels to add. We're going to add something called ARIA controls, nav. I'm going to say nav menu, and then I'm going to give the nav an ID of nav menu. So now we're saying, hey, browser, this button controls this element. We don't have to add ARIA controls to the button that's inside the nav element. We only need to add the the ARIA controls to the button outside the nav element, and it's the sibling. It comes immediately before. And I'm going to add one more ARIA attribute called ARIA expanded. And this is true or false. We're going to say false by default. So this is something that we will change with JavaScript. So as we add that class to the body, When the menu is open, we're going to say ARIA expanded true, but by default, this is false. And all of these things now make this navigation accessible and responsive. So we're going to finish the responsive part here, the CSS, but the ARIA label, open menu, ARIA controls nav menu, controls this nav element with the nav menu ID. ARIA expanded false by default. When it's open, we'll change that attribute to true. Now we have an accessible navigation. So let's finish our styles. And this is looking pretty good. This looks how I want it to look. So let's take that class off the body now. And we can style our button. So here's our button that's being hidden. We want to get that over here on the left. And that's the menu open button. I'm going to say menu open. Also display block. We could probably do menu button. I think we could just use the same class, menu button, display block, just like that. And let's change the size of the menu open. Well, what size did we do here? We did 2 rems. I think I want to do the same size. So we could probably consolidate this a little bit too. So we'll say menu button, SVG, width 2 rems, height 2 rems, and then I don't think we need this down here. There, that's perfect. And I'm also thinking that we can probably use all of our transitions here as well. So let's take the close button. Yeah, the only thing that might be different is the margin. Everything else I think would stay the same. So how much you want to bet that we can change the class and use the same class to style everything? I think we can. So I'm going to take that out. And I think that we're only going to need to get specific really for our JavaScript and maybe just this margin. Yeah. So this has the styles that I want, but the margin, that's not the margin that I want. So that's actually fine. This is a more efficient way, I think, of doing this. So menu button, we don't need this. So this is specific to menu close. And then we can move all of this up right there, and we don't need this. So now menu button, which is on both, have all the same styles. Menu open and menu close rather, are mostly for JavaScript, but also a little bit of styling, right? Oh. There we go. And that, I'm not going to do anything with the margin here because this is all controlled by Flexbox. And I only want that margin on the body class. So let's add that back into the body class. Right up here. Yeah. So let's delete that. Beautiful. Beautiful. And let's see how well this holds up. Not too well. So I think I think what I want to do now to kind of put a fine point on this header, and we are going to adjust some of this padding as well up here, so I haven't forgotten about that. I think what I want to do then is change the order of what's happening here. So we've got the button is, so by default in Flexbox, there's an order, right? So the button would be 1, the nav would be 2, even though that's taken off canvas. The search wrap would be 3, and subscribe would be 4. I think we should change the order. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. If we change this order to 4, can we do this in the browser? Yeah, we can change that to 4. And then can we make this width 100% to just drop it down? I think then this has to be, we have to allow wrap. Yes. So if we change the wrap for mobile to flex, to flow, what is it? Flow. It's not flex flow. That's the shorthand. But if we change the flow part to wrap, and then we change search wrap to order 4 just to pop it down afterwards, or we could just have that subscribe button, and then we don't have to change the order. So if we just go back and say here, we'll let it wrap. We'll let this be with 100%. Actually, yeah, that works. That is the easiest, isn't it? And then look how tiny we can get here with that header. We're down to like 265, 264, right in there. That holds up. That holds up. So we might want to put a little bit of gap in here. Like maybe 0.5 rems. Which means that we would definitely want to make sure that this also had a maximum width, probably of 100%, right? Or better yet, we could just say width and then calculate 100%. Well, we have to take into account the button, which is 48 by 48. So we want to calculate 100% minus, and then it would be 48 pixels plus 1 rem. Because if it's 0.5 rems of gap, right? 0.5 rems of gap, but I think we do still need to make sure that this has a max width of 100%, the input. There we go. Now we can see how well that holds up. Yeah. I think our width still needs to be 100%. So we need max width 100% and width 100%. Yeah. Okay, so let's review this math. So we're going to change the flow from no wrap to wrap on mobile. We're going to add a gap of 0.5 rems. And then we have to calculate the width of the search input. So the width is 100% minus 48 pixels because that's how big the button is. The button is 48 by 48, and it's 48 pixels plus 1 rem. Is it 1 rem or 0.5? I think it's 0.5. Yeah, it's 0.5 rem, which is the gap in between. Yeah. And then we have to adjust our input to be width 100%, max width 100%, mobile only. And this holds up really well. I think this holds up really, really well. And we're not changing the order either. Yeah. This is the game that you have to play sometimes with mobile, but I have to tell you, I'm very, very happy with this. Very happy with this. So, okay, so let's not refresh or do anything here, so, which means we can't save. We can't save. So, let's go back up to the header, and we'll start a media query here. Media, max width, 960 pixels, and I think it's just called, is it just called flow wrap? What is it called? MDN Flex Flow. I've looked at this before. Flex wrap. Flex flow, flex wrap. Okay, that seems obvious. Flex wrap. Oh, I have to get our. That's the header wrap dot wrap. Flex wrap. Wrap. It's a lot of wrapping. There's a lot of wrapping there. Okay. And we're going to put in a gap of 0.5 rems. And then let's make sure that we have a gap of 0 on desktop, just to be on the safe side. Oh shit, I saved. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can remember. Oh, I think it's still saved here. Okay, we're good. We're good. So the search wrap, where's our search? I think it's down here. Okay, well, here's our search section. I'm going to do another media query. Oops. This is the search wrap. And we have a width that we're going to calculate the value, and it's going to be 100%, and we have to use parentheses, minus 48 pixels plus 0.5 rems. And then our input type search is width 100%, max width 100%. And I'm not going to change it for desktop because it looks exactly the way I want it to on desktop. So let's refresh. Let's take this out. Oh, and our search, let's see here. I think we forgot one thing. Oh, our subscribe. Does that have its own? Let's see here. Does that have its own class search wrap, subscribe. Yeah, that does not have additional styles because of the button. So that's completely fine. We'll just, we'll tuck it in here with this media query. I'll just say with 100%. There we go. So we'll see how this looks. Probably we could wait. I think we could probably, I'm thinking this will hold up to a much smaller size, right? So maybe instead of 960, we can do 600 here, and this will be okay. Let's check it out. That looks good, looks good. There we go. That looks great. So let the content kind of tell you what the breakpoint is, right? Yeah, I love it. I'm not changing anything. I love it. So now let's tab through. So we should not enter into the navigation. We should hit the menu button and go directly into search. Beautiful. Because that nav element is visibility hidden. So now if we put the body class back on, menu active, now when we tab into the search. Okay, so the last thing that I want to do is I want to make sure, well, not the last, but styling wise, I want to make sure that this button that opens the menu is not keyboard accessible when the navigation is open. So here's how we are going to do that. Let's go back up to our nav styles. So here's the menu button display block. So it puts it back in the DOM. I want to keep it in the DOM. I want it to hold space in the DOM, but I don't want it to be visible to a screen reader or to keyboard navigation. So the best way to do that is if the menu is active, I'm going to do this. Well, where's the best place to put this? We'll put it right up here. If the menu is active, the menu open button is visibility hidden, and I don't think we need to do anything else. Well, we can say opacity 0. I don't think that matters. Here's what I want. I want to make sure, so we'll go ahead and tab. Do you see there that on page load, this immediately went into the nav element? So if this was not visibility hidden, on page load, if I tab the first time, I'll do it again. If I tab the first time, you can't see what's getting focus, but it's that button. It's the first button. And I don't want, if we tab all the way through, I don't want the button to open to get keyboard focus if the menu is open. So the best way to do that is if the menu active class exists, we just go ahead and make sure the visibility is hidden on the menu open button. And that's the last piece of accessibility that we need to worry about here. So it's going to be easier to see and test once we get our JavaScript in place. So let's go ahead and do that next. We do have a script.js and we have that hooked up. Let's see. We have that hooked up at the top of our style sheet. Make sure that this is in the head, but that you have the defer attribute. And we'll go ahead and say document, add event listener, DOM content loaded. Stop. I'm going to turn off GitHub Copilot. I'm going to turn off GitHub Copilot because we don't need it for this. And I'm going to start by defining some variables. So first we're going to define a variable for the body, which is document, query selector, and it's the body. And then I'm going to define a variable for our buttons, which is document, query selector all. And we're going to use our menu button class. And that's going to get both buttons. And then I do need a variable just for the open button. And that's going to be document, query selector, open button. Is that what we called it? I think that's what we called it. Short-term memory. Menu close, menu open. Menu close, perfect. And I'm going to for each through our buttons. And then I'm going to add an event listener to each button that we click on. And it's going to be a click. And on mobile, that'll be a tap. And I'm going to define something called isActive. And then I'm going to say body, class list, add, menu, active. And this is doing two things. Or excuse me, toggle. So this is doing two things. It's toggling, as we click on the buttons, it's toggling the menu active on the body, but isActive is also a true false value. So if the menu active is present, it's toggled on, isActive is true. If it's not here, if it's toggled off, isActive is false. So now we can use isActive. And we can, on the open button specifically, we're going to set the attribute aria expanded to true. Else, on the open button, we're going to set the attribute aria expanded to false. And of course, it's false by default. So let's see if this works. Oh, and I already see I have a misspelling here. Okay. I think it'll work. What do we think? Well, and let's make sure that we have, let's take this off. So if we click the button now, we add the menu, and then we are, oh, aria expanded. Let's see here. Did I spell something wrong? Aria expanded. If it's open, it's true. Aria expanded, false. Oh, I did this wrong. Menu, open. Let's try it again. So I'm looking for aria expanded to change to true. And again, we're just adding that class to the body. There we go. Beautiful. This is it. The CSS really does all of the heavy lifting, doesn't it? It does all of the heavy lifting. So by adding that class to the body, we can style everything and do all of our transitions. And the only aria attribute that we really need is that expanded on the button. So I'm going to add one more event listener. So we'll say document, add event listener, and it's going to be key down. And we do need to capture an event. So we're going to say if the event key equals escape and the body basically contains menu active. So this is a true false value. Body class lists remove menu active. And we're going to set that attribute on the open button. So we'll go ahead and set the attribute. ARIA expanded. We're just going to set that to false. So now we should, if that menu is open, be able to hit the escape key to close it. It's going to refresh, open. So here's my mouse over here. Just going to hit escape. Yes. So hitting escape clears the class off the body and changes this attribute back to false. So we can open, we can close, we can open, we can escape. And now we have a really nice mobile navigation. I would say the part that is probably the most complex is deciding how you want your other things inside of your header to look. Sometimes I see mock-ups and they just take everything in the header and they put it off canvas. I have a tendency to only take the nav element and put it off canvas, and then I look for ways to rearrange. What's happening in the header. That is just my practice. And this turned out really well. I'm really pleased with how this came together. It's not usually this easy. So I really like this. And then everything else I did is the exact same way that I make mobile navigation, mobile accessible navigation. The way I just showed you is how I have started doing it in every single project. So it may look a little different, but the functionality is exactly the same. It's accessible and it works, and the CSS does all of the heavy lifting. So the last thing I want to do to this header is I feel like we should kind of tighten up. Yeah, we're not going to get a very good look at it here until that grid is responsive. I do feel like we should kind of tighten up the padding here. I don't think we need quite this much. So if we cut it in half to 2.5, whoops, I think that's a little bit better. So let's just do one media query for the primary logo right here. And I think we have a media query already for the header. Primary logo. And we'll just change the padding to 2.5 rems on the top and bottom and 1 rem on the left and right. That stays the same. Yeah, I think that looks great. And you could see that header SVG is nice and responsive. That logo, gosh, I just love this. This is for sure one of my better headers in navigation. I'm really pleased with this. I could see myself using this. I could see myself using this for another, like a side project. I really like how this looks. So, okay. All right, Angela, stop playing. So now we have some decisions to make on our products. I think the thing that we're going to be kind of tinkering with here is this section, right? So let's just go ahead and right off the bat, let's get our grid in order first. Let's do the easy part first. So on mobile, using 960 as our breakpoint, let's make sure that our buttons, I'm kind of wondering if 960 is too small, if we should do 1024, because if somebody's looking at this on an iPad, they have no way to access those buttons, do they? Yeah, they have no way to access those buttons because those buttons are only in view on hover, which just makes me feel like this hover is such a bad idea. It makes me feel like it's just such a bad idea. Because you could be on any device. You could be on any device. You could be on an iPad Pro. You could be on a laptop with a touch screen where you really rely on hover where you shouldn't be relying on hover. It just makes me feel like these buttons need to always be visible. I think these buttons always need to be visible. We can't rely on hover. So even though I think it's really cool that we built this like this, it's terrible for accessibility. It is just terrible for accessibility. So we're going to make sure that these buttons are always visible for our products. Yeah. And then the good news is we don't need to move them around then for mobile. We really don't have to. We can, but we don't need to. So let's go ahead and adjust some of our styles. We just have to. So I think it's cool that we did it the way we did, but it's awful for accessibility. So I should have taken a stronger stance from the very beginning. So right here. So I'm just going to comment that out for now. And well, I'm actually going to comment out this entire thing. And I'm just going to take that opacity out. And there we go. There we go. So what we do want though is we need to be able to have a hover state. So we do still have to have a hover state for these elements. So I think that black is too dark. So if we have a dark background, it's not going to be seen. So what if we invert it to where it's black but has a white border so it can at least be seen? So let's take this out. And we'll take this opacity out. Gosh, it was a fun experiment, wasn't it? So the text is black, the background is white, and then the SVG stroke is black. And the border is part of the default styles. Pretty sure the border is part of the default styles, so that's why I don't have it down here. Yeah, right here. So we need that. We need that. I'm going to put it here. Whoops. So we need focus. Hover. Active. And I'm going to change we're going to change all of this. So we're going to change the color to white. We're going to change the background to black, and we're going to change the border to white. What do we think? We haven't changed the SVG yet. See, this is where it really counts, right here, right? So yeah, I'm good with that. We need that border to see what's going on. So, okay, so now let's make sure our SVGs are also transitioning. So when we focus on the button, we want to trigger the SVG when we hover. And then when we are active, we are triggering that SVG and we are changing the stroke to white. Just like that. Yep, this is the right way to do it. So I think then on mobile, it is perfectly okay to drop these buttons below the product image because it's so much smaller on mobile. And I think we could also move this down a little bit. We moved that up quite a bit, like, wasn't it like 3? Yeah. Let's drop it back down to 1. So we're covering up less of the image. Yeah, this works. This works. I like it. I like it. I'm totally comfortable with this. Okay, so now let's adjust this grid. Ideally, I think this grid we could still have 2 across. We don't need to drop it to a straight column. I think we could still have 2 across. So let's find our product grid. So right now, this is what we're doing. Let's start our media query here. Whoops, max width. Oh, Angela. So repeat 2 and then change the gap to 1. All right, let's see if this works. Beautiful. Maybe we do need to have a straight column. Maybe we do. Well, let's drop those buttons down beneath, and then we'll decide. We can still tighten this up. Here's our header. Let's figure out where this is. So our product buttons are position absolute. We literally just have to change product buttons to position static. That's all we have to do. And those will just drop right down. Position static is the default value. There we go, drops it right down. And then we just have to change I want these so they're display flex. See, this makes me think that I should change this to display grid. It's going to be a lot easier to, yeah. So instead of display flex, I'm going to change that to display grid. And I'm going to say grid template columns 2 FR, 1 FR. Yeah? That works. It kind of makes me think that maybe we should use, well, how well does this hold up? I think we need to adjust some of our padding. So we'll do product buttons button for a little more specificity. Product buttons button. So the padding can stay the same. Well, we'll tighten it up all the way around. So we'll say I'm going to say 0.33 rems on the left and right and 1 on the top and bottom. And then let's tighten up this gap. That didn't work. Product buttons. Oh yeah, wrong one. product buttons. I think we can just say align items stretch to make sure that the buttons have the same height, and it won't look as awkward if quick view wraps. And then let's give this a little bit of margin on top, just to push it down a little bit. So I'm going to do 0.5 rems on the top. That just pushes it down a smidge. I like it. I like it. And then we can keep it exactly as it is, or we can change these buttons to all black. I think we can keep it exactly as it is, but we need, on hover, we just need to change the border so it doesn't look like it's getting smaller there. So we're going to do this, and this is just for mobile, and we're going to change the border color. So I'm not changing this, we're just changing this. There we go. So what size are we? We're pretty small. And then we have more adjustments to make. We can change this. I mean, we can change this to one column. We definitely can. But let's keep making some adjustments here. So let's work on our product price. So that's also display flex. I think we can just change the flow wrap to wrap. And then we've got product heading and price. So that's the product price. Yeah, that's right. No, that's not right. Wrap flow. Hang on. Flex wrap. Why is it so hard to remember that? Flex wrap wrap. Flex wrap wrap. Flex wrap wrap. Let's see if it, yep, and that wraps automatically. And then this product heading just has a ton of margin that we need to adjust. So we'll say margin 0.25 rems on the top and bottom. We'll put a little more on the top. Okay, so I think we need to, now we need to tackle this header. And my instinct on this header is to just where are we here? This wrap. the filter options. So my instinct for the filter options is, what is this by default? 322 pixels. And these are all buttons. So I think on the filter options, I'm going to change the flex direction to column. So when we get to about, I think 960 is a good transition point for this. So the filter options, media query at 960, right here. And I'm going to change the flex direction to column. Yeah, I think that works. And then let's add a gap. So I think we could add a gap here of 0.5 rems, maybe more. We'll do 1 rem. And then I do think that once we get down to 600, let's make this button also with the 100%, so it's in line with the subscribe button. So this is the filter options. I'm gonna do like an arrow to get the first child. I think that will work. Whoops. So we'll say filter options, and then we're going to get the first button, and we'll say width 100%. And then I think we just need to make sure that we are changing justify content. We'll want to do justify content center, just to pull in the word filter and that SVG. Yeah. Oh, I think we should do 600. Let's see here. No, it does need to be 960. This needs to be 600. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so what are we going to do with these? I do think that we need to make these look like buttons. Yeah, we do. We need to make these look like buttons. This is just, I don't feel like this holds up well at all for mobile. I think it's fine for desktop. It's not fine for mobile. So we're actually going to make these look like buttons. So where are the filter buttons? So we definitely have some reverse engineering to do here. That is totally fine. So again, this holds up really well up until, I would say, once we get to 600, we need to make sure that those look like buttons for a true mobile experience. Yeah. So it's really just, a lot of times mobile styles are just reverse engineering what you've already done. So I'm just going to copy this all right into our media query. And we're going to take out all of the text decoration. We're going to start with that. I'm going to take out this for this pseudo element, and I'm just going to say content empty just to basically remove that bullet. And then I'm going to take out the last of type. We don't need that at all. So this already, let's see here. Oh, and we need to take out the text decoration. Let's see here. So this still has text decoration color. Oh, so really we should just do text decoration none. Yeah, we should just do text decoration none. There we go. And then for this, we need to like completely unset this. Because I just don't even, yeah, perfect. We just completely unset the content. Beautiful. Okay. So now we can make these start to look like buttons. And really, well, the best way to do that is to add, see, we didn't give these button classes, did we? So that's fine. That is fine. So let's take out, so let's just go grab our button styles. They don't have SVGs. So we're just going to grab these. Right here. And we'll borrow some of these styles. So I'm not worried about any of the flex. I'm just going to grab this. Put it right here and see what we need. I'm just going to replace this all together. I do want this to be white. And yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet. So these are still just display inline block. So now we are going to, on our filter options, our filter buttons, excuse me, We're going to use display grid. And we're going to say grid template columns. I want them to be 2 across. So I guess I could just do 1 FR, 1 FR, right? Yep. But I think we also need them to be display block. And with 100%. I think this needs to be with the 100%. There we go. Do we need this to be with the 100%? I don't think so. And then let's give this a gap of 0.5 rems. And then I actually want the first item to be full width and these other 4 buttons to be underneath. So I'm going to say the filter button, we could do first of type or first child. I'll do first of type. Grid, I think it's grid area, span 2. Is it a comma? Grid area. Not grid area, grid column. Span 2. Beautiful. And then I think this has a gap of 1 rem. So we can either change the other one or change this one. But now that all looks even. That all looks even. Let's change this one to 1 rem. So it has a little breathing room. There. What do we think? Now, all has an active class. That's why it's not highlighted. So let's just say, for the sake of example, that we put that active class, where are we here? So maybe we take it off here and we put it on fruit. So now that's got the active class. So we know what we're seeing here. So let's see how this looks, what the transition looks like. So this would be like our iPad view, right? And then this would be the true mobile experience. And we need to get our footer styles in line because we're still not able to squish down our product grid, and I think that's because of our footer. Yeah, I think that's because of our footer. So let's switch down to the footer, and if we need to, we can definitely come back and change our products into 1 column if we need to. But I like this for a mobile experience. Okay, let's look at our footer. Yeah, because you can see here that there's some wrapping. So the other thing I want to do is let's look at our, this is our little pseudo Instagram feed. We'll obviously need to fix this for wrapping and tighten up that grid. The mock-up has 7 across. I'm going to add an 8th. I'm going to put in 8, add 1 more. And that's so we have a nice even number because aesthetics, right? So So let's just put one more in here and pick a different image. There we go. So now we have 8. So let's just tighten up this grid. So here's about, so right at 960, let's go ahead and change the gap, and we'll do a 2x4, or a 4x2 rather. So here is our Instagram feed. At media, max width, 960 pixels, and we'll say Instagram feed. I'm going to change the gap to 0.5 rems, and then I'm not going to change the flex wrap. I'm going to keep that at no wrap, and instead I'm going to change the width of the figures. So right now for desktop, we have width 100%, height 100%. And the reason these are all lining up as well as they are is because we have FlexFlow row no wrap. And that's totally fine to do it that way. Probably what we should have done is defined a width divided by 8 or divided by 7. And this actually might have been a better candidate for grid. But I'm going to stick with Flexbox. I'm going to stick with Flexbox. So let's see on desktop, since we know that we want it to be 8 across, we'll do width calc 100% minus, and we know we have a gap of 7, or excuse me, a gap of 1 rem, but we have 8 images. So that's actually 100 minus 7 rems divided by 8. There we go. So for mobile, Instagram feed figure, we change the width to calc 100% minus 3 rems divided by 4. Oh, and we do have to change the flex wrap to wrap. There we go. Oh, and we have to change, since the gap is a little different, instead of 3 rems, it would be 1.5 because we cut it in half. And then we'll change the padding from 1 rem of padding to 0.5, and that's on the parent container. Whew, we did that together. We did that together. So we may want to drop this down again at 600. So I think we're holding up okay. I mean, I guess we're okay down to about 300. How about at 400, we drop it to 3 across? Yeah, so at 400, we can do this again. .400 pixel breakpoint. And I'm going to do this again. And then this would be 0.75. 0.75. And this would be divided by 3. Let me think about this. I think this would be 0.5. Divided by times 3 is 1.5. 0.5. I think this would just be 1 rem. There we go. But we only have 8, so that's fine. Maybe we should just do 2 because we don't have a multiple of 3. So we'll do 0.5 divided by 2. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Whew, we're getting there. We are getting there. How you holding up? How you doing? It's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. I've done this. I think I've done this hundreds of times in my career, and I still find it to be a process. I mean, I can go for sure a lot faster than I used to, but it's still a process. Okay, so for the footer wrap, I'm going to change the flex direction to column. That's what I'm going to do for the footer wrap. Yeah. So that's right there. So we'll come down here and do another media query. Oops. And when do we want this to change? So yeah, we definitely want this to change at 960. We have some, looks like our border is being a little weird. Why does that have an underline? Okay, we'll Yep, so it's getting styles from our main nav, which is completely fine. We can reverse engineer that, so it is fine. So the footer wrap, we need to change the flex direction. I'm going to do max width 960 pixels, and this is the footer wrap flex direction column. And then let's take down some of that padding. Let's just do 1 rem of padding. I think we need to do 0 on the left and right. All right, that's better. And then let's add, I think we need to add some gap here to give it a little space. And then on our nav items, we need to make sure that we have border bottom none. What's happening here? Nav item, border bottom. The best mistake to make. There we go. And I think this needs a lot more gap. Oh, did I not put it in here? There we go. And what's happening? We have a lot of space here. Yeah. So I think we can just do, we have to reverse engineer our width. So I'm just going to say, I think we could just do auto, right? Yeah. So we'll say nav item with auto. But we need to make sure, so this is just an immediate query, so we need to make sure that this is specific to the things happening in the footer. So we're going to put footer nav before this. Otherwise, it's going to impact everything because it's just sitting in a media query at the bottom of the sheet. Yeah. And then I think we need to make sure that we are justifying the content center. That's not working. It's pushing everything over. Oh, because of the width. So we just have to change the width. So footer wrap navigation footer. With the 100%. There we go. There we go. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. I think we need to cut down on some of our padding. So the padding is on the main navigation. So again, specific to the footer, we're going to cut down on some of that padding. Even though this is very tiny. This is very tiny. Maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter. I would like to see it hold up a little bit better. No, we're going to leave it. We're going to leave it. But I do think that these don't need to be so far apart. So we will change this to center. So that's the footer nav justify content center. And I think we are going to need a gap of at least 1 rem in there, right? Yeah. I mean, this holds up very well. This holds up to 250 pixel screen size. That's excellent. That's excellent. So let's see. Now we get a very good sense. We get a very good sense, and we need to tighten this up as well. I mean, I do feel like this is okay. These buttons are pretty big. The best way to take care of that is to only show one product in a column. But if you have a lot of products, I mean, that's just so much stuff. It's just so much stuff. And this is not wrapping. I think we should just do the flex direction here. Instead of flex flow, I think we should just change the flex direction. So that's line 528. And then let's make sure so some of these feel, is this centered? Oh, it's centered because align items. So we want then to change align items to flex start. There we go. Yeah. So now we have the text. Yeah, that looks great. Actually, that looks great. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then the title just wraps as needed. You know, maybe instead of quick view, it's just view. Does it need to be quick view? Let's try it. Okay, so let's look for what do we think? I like it better. It's a little tighter, isn't it? And then on mobile, that's very tight. And it's just only, it's not going to get, it literally holds up to like 320. So let's just do a media query for 320. I mean, I don't know. Do we need to? Do we need to worry about anything smaller than 320? You know, you can't just shrink a window to nothing, right? You can't just shrink a window down to nothing. I'm going to leave it at this. I'm going to leave it at this. I like it. I think it looks good. Our footer looks good. Let's tighten up the space here. Right here. So this is our secondary heading. I feel like we don't need, that's on line 329. Right here. I was going to put a media query right here. I'm going to do 600 pixels. And I am going to change the line height to 1.25 on desktop as well. And then I'm just going to take the margin off for mobile. Let's see how this looks. Ooh, we need a little more margin, don't we? We can keep this border. I think that's okay to keep this border. We do need margin on the bottom. So let's try 1 rem on the bottom. That looks good. I think that looks good. I like it. Let's tighten up this margin right here. So this is the margin on the bottom of the filter options, which right now is 3 rems. Let's change that to 1. Yeah, I like it. And then let's tighten up this header a little bit more so we can see everything in that screen. So if we change that from 2.5 to 2, now we get all of the filters, the header, the title, and the number of products. So that's line 174. So again, unless you work in an agency or an organization where they hand you mobile styles that work, that they specifically gave you what they want this to look like on mobile, this is almost always up to the developer to work this out. In my opinion, it is very rare to get mobile styles. Very rare to get mobile styles. It just depends on where you work, who you work with, who your boss is, who the designers are. This just looks great. I'm really happy with this. I love it. Let's tighten up this space a little bit here too. What do we got going on? Where are you? Here's our button. And that's on line 444. So we want to change this margin for mobile. It's right here. And let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks great. That looks great. All right, well, we have a little more JavaScript to write, don't we? We have a little more JavaScript to write. So the JavaScript that I want to write now is to do this filtering right here. This filtering. This button right now is, I guess, just for aesthetics. There are no other filter options. Nothing came with the mobile mockups, or the mockups rather. So presumably, if you took this and forked it and used it for your project, you would have additional filters, and there's a button here to do that. You would have to just build that out and add that in, but I'm not going to include it. We're not using a JSON or an API. So showing 1 to 9 of 21, this is basically aesthetic. This isn't really functional. Neither is the load more. So I included this here, but we're really not going to have the functionality to load more. Although, let's get our filtering in, and then maybe we can ask we'll ask Copilot if there's a way to do that, if there's a way to count the product data categories to implement that. But for now, let's just go ahead and implement this filtering. Let's open up our JavaScript again, and we are going to go ahead and let's put some comments in here. This is mobile nav. We'll say close by hitting escape. And then let's do our category filter. All right. Let's put this over here. So here's our filter buttons. So I'm going to start by saying const filter buttons equals document query selector filter buttons. And then I'm going to say const filter button equals filter buttons query selector all and we're just going to get the button. All right. And then I'm going to get our products equals document query selector all. I think it's just product. And then we're going to start by, we're going to do a for each loop to go through each of those buttons. So filter button for each, we'll do btn. And then we're going to do a click event on the button. So btn add event listener, click. And first we are going to update the active button. So we're going to for each again through the original list, filter button for each button. And we're going to check and see if that button has the active class, and if it does, we're going to remove it. So we're just looking for active. And then we're going to set an attribute called aria pressed true. So we'll do button set attribute aria pressed, and we're setting it to false. So we're moving the active. So if we click on this button to activate our filter, we are removing the active class, and we are setting the aria pressed attribute to false, which means we should probably by default add an aria pressed attribute. These would be false by default unless it's active, so then that would be true. And this is how a screen reader knows which button is active, which button has been pressed. So after we've done these things, after we've cycled through and we've removed active and we've changed it to false, then we are immediately applying it to the button we just clicked. So we're removing it from everything and then immediately applying it to the thing that we just clicked. So that's going to be button class list add active, and button class list, or excuse me, button set attribute aria pressed true. Remove from all buttons, add to the button pressed. There we go. So now we are going to filter the products. So we're going to say products for each product. So we're going to say const prod category is equal to the product get attribute data category. I also need another variable just called category, and that's from the button, and that's btn get attribute. So we're getting the attribute from the button, also called data category. So we have another, this is the category from the button, this is the category from the product. And so we'll say if the category, so if the button equals all, or if the category equals the product category, then, not article, product style display. So we're basically putting in, gosh darn it, product style display. What in the heck? Stop. Product style display is empty. So the inline style is empty. Basically show everything. Don't hide anything. Else the product style display equals none. So we're putting in an inline style. So if the category, if the button is equal to all, or the category is equal to the product category, so the button is equal to the product category, one of those two, no inline display. Otherwise, everything else is display none. Let's see if this works. So all cake, it works. Look at that. So now we're getting everything with cake, everything with fruit, everything with wine, everything with other. So let's make sure that we set our defaults for page load, right? So I'm going to take this active class off, and this will be false because we want everything to show on page load. So we're going to say that the all button is what we see on page load, and then everything else updates our filter buttons. Perfect. Perfect. And then the ARIA pressed is what tells that screen reader which button has been pressed and which products are showing. So if we're on the cake, and we look at our products, you can see here that there's an inline style to display none. And that's exactly what we want. We don't want those to display. We don't want the screen reader to read those out because we've already told the screen reader, hey, the button for the data category cake has been pressed. So the button for cake has been pressed. So you are only seeing the cake products. You are not seeing anything else, and display none hides it from the screen reader. So that's exactly what we want. Let's see how this looks on mobile. So here's our mobile styles. Everything is display all by default. So there's fruit, there's cake, there's wine, there's other. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we want. We are very nearly done with this. We are very nearly done with this. Okay. So let's ask ChatGPT, or I guess it's Copilot, if it's even possible to do a count without a JSON. I literally don't know. So let's add for context our index.html. So I have markup with data category attributes. Can we count those and use a load more button? Where's our load more? Oh, geez. Here we go. Class button. We'll just do load underscore more. With class equals load more. Okay, count all products with document query selector product, set an initial number to show 9, hide the rest by default. On clicking the load more button, show more products 3 at a time until all are visible. Optionally, update the showing numbers and filter showing. Would you like me to implement this logic in your scripts? Yes. Yes, please implement this logic. Oh, I spelled implement wrong. That's okay. ChatGPT is pretty smart. Tends to know. I do as much as I can on my own when it comes to JavaScript. And I am happy to use Copilot for everything else. Let me see here. I don't see anything. Nothing was implemented. Yes. I don't see anything here. No code was added to my script.js file. What? What do you mean refreshing? The code was not added. This is the first time I've run into this with Copilot. Normally Copilot is amazing. I mean, did it put it in line someplace? I don't see it. Please check script.js. The code is not here. Where did you put it? Yes. Okay, so here's our mobile nav. Okay. Here's our category filter. Okay. So here's our load more, get filtered products. We'll start with this. Okay, and then here's our show products and load more button. And then here is our filter, which was updated. Here, we'll just recopy this. All right, let's see if this worked. It looks like, kind of looks like it did. 1 to 9 of 21. And then we're adding 3 at a time. 1 to 12 of 21. 1 to 15 of 21. 1 to 18. And then it removes the button. Okay, perfect. So a couple extra things here that I want to do. Okay. So I copied it in and it's working. Please write a for each loop so I can add the showing markup to my page twice. There we go. Now it's updating. So now we should be able to take, let's find it here in our markup, this right here, showing, and I want this down here. We may need to style that a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. So now we've got showing, so now we don't have to scroll up when we're looking. So that's perfect. That's all I wanted to do. So let's make sure, maybe we can just put this inside. I mean, maybe we can put the button inside of the products wrap. I need to collapse a couple things here. Let's collapse our footer right there. There we go. So now we have our showing and our load more, and then that button disappears. Beautiful. We need a couple extra styles here. I'm going to close this. It's over here. Right here. So the load more button is just doing an inline display none. You know what? I'm just going to leave it. That's fine. I think that's fine. But what I do want to do is the filter showing that comes immediately before the load more button needs a style. So let's look for our filter styles. I don't think we did anything really specific for filter showing. I put that in really just for the benefit of the JavaScript to do that query selector. So let's come down here and we'll say filter showing has, so we're looking for that load more button. Load more. Do we need quotes? I don't think we need quotes. Has load more. So as long as the filter showing has load more, we can style filter showing. So I'm going to say margin 1 rem on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right, and then I'm going to say border top, 1 pixel, solid gray. We'll see how this looks. Oh, and filter showing load more. So this is actually getting the grid styles, which is perfectly fine. It actually works perfectly. So, but my styles still aren't there. Has filter showing. Oh, we need this. We need the sibling selector. There we go. So that isn't really going to matter, is it? It's not really going to matter. Yeah, I think we have to pull that out. I think we have to pull this out. This isn't going to work inside of this. Yeah, that is the better way to do it. So let's put this in a container and we're going to say div show load more. So we don't really need this. Show load more. And let's also do, we can do display. Well, I don't want it to be display flex though. Maybe display. Yeah, we can do display flex. Doesn't have to be full width. Flex flow. Row, no wrap. Justify content. We'll just do, yeah, we'll do justify content center. Is that really what I want though? Because I want the button to be in the middle. We can put them both in the middle. Let's also give this a wrap. I just didn't think that JavaScript was really going to work, so I didn't realize I was going to be styling this. And then let's make sure that this is a column. Might as well. Make that align item center, and we'll give this a nice juicy gap of 2 rems. Yeah, that works. And then let's make sure we have a border on the top and on the bottom. And then we also are going to need some padding. So let's just do 2 rems on the top and bottom. And then let's do 2 rems on the top and bottom here as well. See how that looks. Yes. Yes. Now we have a nice separator. That's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. So let's see now if let's change our starting number. Right now it's 6. Let's change it to, or it's 9. So let's change it to 6. So now we have 6 to start. Cake. Fruit, 1 through 6 of 8. Beautiful. Wine. Other, 1 through 6 of 6. Cake, 1 through 5 of 5. All, 1 through 6 of 21. Wow, that worked great. That worked great. I mean, I don't know why I doubted that JavaScript wasn't going to be able to go in and just count the data categories in the markup. Yeah, I don't know why. Probably because I thought that if I was going to have to do that, it would take so much longer. GitHub Copilot is pretty amazing though, isn't it? So let's just walk through everything that we did here in the JavaScript file. So we did our mobile nav, we did the escape key to close the menu, we defined our category filter. Here is our load more functionality variables, products per page, getting the current count, defining a current category. We are getting the filtered products by attribute. So this makes me think that we do not need these. Am I right? Because they're not being used anywhere. So I don't think we need those. Because we are for eaching through. They're redefined here. Update all filter showing elements, document query selector all filter showing. Don't we have that? Okay, well, here's our load more, getting 3 at a time. And then update the current category, reset the count. Show products, current count, current category. Updating the text of first, last, total. Yeah, this is great. This is great. So we did about, I don't know, we did about what, half ourself? Maybe a little less than half. Let's make sure that this still works. It does. So we don't need those extra variables there. I'm sure those were left over from the original iteration. So let's take those out. So we don't need these. Beautiful. You guys, we did it. Our project is done. Our project is done. Okay, so the last thing that I want to do is tab through this and make sure that everything gets the proper keyboard focus that we can open and close using the keyboard. So on first tab, we are tabbing through the navigation and we are tabbing through the search. We can go backwards, we can go forwards. Everything is getting the right keyboard focus, and I can tab through, hit enter, and I'm able to get the correct categories. So now we can tab through all of the categories, and then we get down to the load more. I hit enter. So that's interesting. Once we hit load more, we skipped all the way down to the footer, the next set of, which means our focus didn't go back to the things that were just loaded. Yeah. I don't know if that matters. I mean, I feel like it kind of matters, right? Let's ask Copilot. When I use my keyboard to load more, the focus doesn't go up to the products that were newly loaded. It moves forward down the DOM. To improve accessibility, you should move keyboard focus to the first newly revealed product when load more is activated by keyboard or mouse. This way, users know new content has appeared. Would you like the focus to move to the first newly shown product after clicking or pressing enter space on the load more button? I can update your script to do this automatically. Yes. Move focus to the first newly revealed product. Yeah, see, this is the type of thing that GitHub Copilot is so good at. Accessibility. Okay, let's check and see how this works now. So I'm going to start at the beginning. We're going to tab through. Nice. Oh, that's awesome. This is the type of thing that you should be using AI for, is to help with this, help with accessibility. Such an amazing tool. And then we go right into our footer. Beautiful. Okay, and I do see something else that I want to update here. Let's update our copyright date. And that is actually something that I can do myself. I don't need any help. So we'll say const date equals new date, get full year. And then we'll say const we'll change this to year. And then we'll say the date is equal to, we did an ID of date. Get element, document, get element by ID. And then we'll check to see, make sure that that's there. So we'll say if date, we'll say date, text content equal to year. Whoops. I'll just put in dynamic copyright year. Beautiful. Let's remove that copyright. I'll just do this. Love it. Love it. We're done. We are done. Let's do one more check of mobile. I mean, we can go ahead and tab through, although you don't really tab through on a mobile device, but we can do it for the heck of it. That is just awesome. I love it. I am so happy with this. I think this project just turned out great. It's accessible. It's responsive. We've got filtering. I just love it. I think it turned out really great. Gosh, I hope somebody out there can use this. If you're watching this right now, you enjoy this type of content, please hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I would love to have you. I record these projects as often as I can. I'm trying to record them once a week, but we also live stream every Saturday and Sunday, and we do exactly what you just watched. We just practice HTML, vanilla CSS, vanilla JavaScript. We definitely use AI. I am not afraid to use ChatGPT. I am not afraid to use GitHub Copilot. Those are incredible tools. And they help me out so much. They make things so much faster, so much more fun. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this, and I will see you in my next one. Take care.